2, Wall of Fame, The Genuine Gemstone Company, Unit 2D, Eagle Road, Moon's Moat, Redditch, B98 9HF. Get making and good luck! Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques. Here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we are happy to announce that our studio store is now open. If you attend any of our courses, you can now browse through special items, get exclusive discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Become an exclusive customer at the studio store. For more information on available courses and dates, please contact our call centre. The new studio store. The experience just got better.
Everybody, my name is Becky and I have had no Easter eggs yet this morning, which is actually a crime. Do not worry, I'm going to make up for it later on. I hope no one's feeling too poorly, because I know for a lot of people it's 7 o'clock first egg, isn't it? First egg at 7. Joining me today, I have got two wonderful chicks. See what I did there? I am being joined for the first hour of our designer inspiration by the lovely Deb and the lovely Fiona. Hello, ladies.
Hello.
How are you both?
It's nice. This is lovely. This is lovely. It's very cosy.
Yeah. Now you're doing something very ish Eastery, aren't you? You're going to be creating something a little bit special. Talk to us about this, ladies.
Yes, well, actually, the egg's a bit small, I think, but it's very difficult to make something with someone from the other end of the phone, isn't it?
It's very difficult.
Very difficult, really. Very difficult. But we wanted to do something that was sort of Fabergé egg-ish. So I've done a little polymer clay egg, which I'll take you through how to make. And then Fiona's done this fabulous stand. It could do with being bigger, the egg, never mind. But the stand is just to die for.
It is so stunning. That's coming up for you at about 1:30. I am so excited to see how that's made. And it's super lightweight as well, isn't it?
It is. It is.
It's amazing. And then, Fiona, you're sticking around for our second designer inspiration. Tell me what you're going to be making for that.
We're going to be doing polymer clay, but the polymer clay actually is to enhance some beautiful, stunning pearls and lots of copper wire.
Honestly, the pieces, when I looked at them at first, I thought it was fabric. I really did. Truly, you have to stay tuned to have a little look at this. So much excitement today. Have you had any chocolate yet, ladies?
I'm just about to have a big piece of chocolate cake.
Good,
Yes.
good, Deb. We like that. So, we are starting off today for the first half hour for bundle bonanzas. And you know what it means when we're getting bundles? It's like anywhere you go. If you get a couple of something, sometimes it'll work out cheaper than if you were to buy them all separately. And I'm going to start off now with Blue Moon. Was it on Babe that they sung that? Anyone else? Babe, yeah, Babe, where there's those mice and they're like, Blue Moon. No? No one? That is a proper Easter film, isn't it? Unless you're having Babe on the table. Blue Moon. You've got in here 130 carats worth of this really strong, intense blue howlite. Now, the interesting thing with this is Not only is it from the US of A, but also it's a relatively new colouring to us. We've had howlite on before, and you know about the howlite. Normally we're expecting to see white with a veining, almost a grey veining often going through it. But these ones have got that gorgeous blue burst through them. And the shape on this is really interesting. How are we describing this? Octagon. Yeah. It is, it's an irregular octagon, isn't it? If you have a little look at these, could you imagine these? Real simple, stretchy bracelet on the beach. You're stopping off for a cocktail and you're just, you know, walking around with your genuine gemstone jewellery on as well. 130 carats worth of this, but I'm pairing that with the moon stone. And these are your centre drilled graduated drops. Have a look at these. Now the lovely thing with moonstone is the internal structure can often give you this gorgeous shiller, almost this internal cascade. And that's one of the reasons it's got its name actually. It's due to that almost lunar-like appearance that you can see within there. Now these you can see are really highly faceted and they are so, so beautiful. 130 of your intense howlite, 65 of your rainbow moonstone. What are we thinking price point wise? How do you feel about under £15? And you know when I say that, I don't just mean by 5p. Your price today for 2 strands, it's dropping down. £11.95, under £6 per strand we're going for on this today. £11.95 for these little stunners. And if you are new to Jewellery Maker, I've got a whole section for you coming up as always in a little bit for all the things you need to get yourself started, including toolkits and wire and goodies and goodies. But if you are new to jewellery making, honestly, this is one of the easiest stone and cuts to work with. Essentially, due to the drill hole, if you wanted to create a drop pendant or pair of earrings with these, as opposed to with top drilled pairs, which sometimes we get and you have to bend the wire to create a drop and sometimes they don't sit properly, all you need with these is a head pin and you're done. It's as simple as that. £11.95 for you today. What do you think of these two?
They're stunning, aren't they? Absolutely stunning. They're summer colours, aren't they? I mean, blue gemstones are summer colours, aren't they?
Yeah. Totally agree with that. It is, it's really high time summer. It's totally, you know, out on the beach, enjoy yourself, relaxation. And actually with this intense blue, it's sometimes when we think of summer, we instantly think of these poppy coral, these bright blue tones, don't we? And that's exactly what we've got here. I know you love coral. I've got coral coming up for you later. I've also got some stunning coral apatite goodies coming up for you later on. Have we got the size of these? Have you got my info to put up there to know the size? Yeah, that'd be just so I can tell, because I know that this strand is graduated, the rainbow moonstone, and I just wonder what size, because the ones in the middle look really sizable to me. Really huge. Perfect for a ring as well. What would you think of doing with these first off?
Well, I'm just looking at I just keep getting a real lovely flash of blue from the moonstone over here. So I think with the pairing with the other stone, howlite, looking at the shapes of them, I almost sort of want to alternate them and have the moonstone sort of standing out on their own. Maybe also a ring. It's quite boho sort of jewellery as well. I think it would cross lots of different styles.
I found out the graduation on these as well. I knew they were huge. Between 7 by 9 mil to 18 by 12 mil for moonstone. That is exceptional, isn't it? Isn't that huge? 65 carats. The howlite is a regular size and it's 10 by 8 mil on the howlite. I can't believe the size of these. Now, we've given you a cracking deal already on this, but How about making it super cheap? £10.95. Every single penny we can take off this we have today just for you as a little Easter treat. Why not treat yourself today? A lot of the time Easter you think of it about the kids, but not necessarily. Can be to do with you. I have got for you now a total juxtaposition. Have you seen these? Right, before everyone looks at them at home, Fiona, we haven't worked together before, Fiona.
No,
I will warn you, I like to put guest designers on the spot with things such as 3 words to describe this strand.
Stunning. Big. Stunning again.
Good.
Am I allowed
Stunning,
to repeat a
big,
word?
and another stunning in there. Honestly, you're going to understand exactly why she said that when you take a look at these. Wow. Look at these. This is your orange agate, and these are your hollow flowers. 38mm these are. This is such an unusual and beautiful, beautiful strand. We've paired it up with 350 carats of the green and red agate in the 14mm rounds, and we've paired it up with this because even though these are huge, suspend them perfectly on there. How beautiful. And that means because of these, you've got the different colour tones coming across. When we think of agate, often we'll think of banded agate with the banding, but this red and green, it's got this gorgeous flow to it. It's almost like a watercolour painting, a watercolour art. And because you've got this really interesting faceted gemstone, you'd want to have it suspended on something like this so that you could see the movement, you could see all the sides, all the different colours. What do you think of these, Fiona?
Well, they're sort of watermelon colours, aren't they?
They are.
Watermelon, and they're very fruity.
Oh,
Very fruity.
fruity.
Yeah.
They really are. And you know what I love about them as well? I think they say the landscape. There's the greens in there, beautiful forestry greens, and then you've got these earthy tones as well with the beautiful browns and sandy colours as well. It's just a match made in heaven for these. Now, how do you feel about a super duper saver deal on your 2 strands? How do you feel about £16.90? Do you like that? If you do, you need to get yourself on the phone lines right now because it's not going to be that price at all. We're going to be price slashing. It's Easter. Price slash central. It's not £16.90. It doesn't even want to change the price now. It doesn't want to. Tell you what. £14.95. If you want it for that price, get yourself on the phone because it's nowhere near that. It's nowhere near that. £9.95 for you today. For these 2 beauties, how many are on this? 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? 10, 11 of these huge pieces. I would love that. Just as a centerpiece for a bracelet. 45p each. That makes these. Oh my goodness, there's loads of you there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a lovely Easter. Make sure you dial carefully if you're on a bit of a sugar buzz from the chocolates. It's 0800 644 655. Call our call centre if you wish to. Alternatively, you can, of course, just get online. Jewellerymaker.com. Add these to your order price. Seriously. Should have been closer to £17 today. You're getting it for £9.95. Worrying issue. 25% of my stock has already gone on this. There's plenty of you getting them. It's such a stunning, stunning selection. First thoughts for these together?
Well, I think first of all, I'd have one of the agates as a focal bead. Sorry, no.
The flower ones.
Flower ones.
Yeah.
As a focal, both bracelet or necklace. But also you could really do that as a sort of, if you know that you have lots of cloth bags around in the summer.
Yes.
You could make yourself a feature to put on a cloth bag.
Oh, like the tote bags.
Yeah, and this would be really nice with sari silk as well.
I think that's such a gorgeous, gorgeous idea. And then what about for these ones?
Well, I mean, you would intersperse those. I'll actually probably pick one of those out and maybe get a green one and pop it in the middle, and then put some of the nice. I would want to put copper findings with it, but I always put copper in the summer. It's just what I do.
Is it? Is that your way?
That's my way, yes.
I think these are so spectacular. You have got on this strand, essentially, it's one of those strands that your imagination really is your only limitation.
It is, yeah.
It truly, truly is. You can suspend with these. Imagine suspending one in the middle, but then also using them as spaces as well, keeping that theme going. You could even wire wrap with these, couldn't you?
Oh, definitely.
Almost create a sort of dream catcher effect inside of them, because you've got the little nooks here. What about some seed beads around the outside with a little bit of bronze wire as well?
And I was also sort of thinking with, you know, sort of the suede cord that we have at the moment.
Yeah, the suede,
especially the metallics.
Yeah.
You could make a sort of a feature belt with one of those as a centerpiece.
Love
and just tie it through. You wouldn't need to use it as a buckle.
Yeah.
And sort of knot it on one end, but then as you wear it, you would just put the suede through the middle.
Through the middle.
And then just a loose knot in it as well.
I love the idea of that.
It's still jewellery.
Yeah.
But it's enhancing your garments.
It's still enhancing. What I will say though is I'm down into my teens on this right now. I've got way over half of my stock gone. I'm in my teens for this. What about this? Even if you're brand new and you're just thinking of, you know, getting your hands on some really thick wire, I've got some 125 wire coming up in a little bit. What about an asymmetric design with this as the clasp? Almost
gorgeous.
do a toggle clasp bar through it.
Yeah.
Oh,
that would be gorgeous actually. And you could wire wrap the toggle so that you put
the T-bar.
Yeah, have a T-bar and then maybe have one of the agate rounds either side of it to sort of thread through. Have it again as a feature. It's a stunning and versatile strand.
Yeah, it really is
Very
versatile. Give us a text in, why don't you? If you've got any ideas about this, if you've got any ideas, if you see strands that maybe you've had off us before and you want to get your hands on some new ones, message us in. It's really interactive. This is your show today. This is live, even on Easter Sunday. 60777, start your text with the word JM Studio. And even if you want to message in a question for lovely Fiona or lovely Deb, she's here with us until 2 o'clock, then do so. 60777, start your text with JM Studio. Last few of these. Now, stay where you are on the phone. Those 6 of you with it in your basket, imperative you check out at this point for me, please, because otherwise you will miss out. These are yours today for £9.95. You are going to love these, and I'll tell you why, because I do, and I think that I've got one of those palettes that's just sort of universal a little bit. Genuinely though, you're going to have to be quick, really. We're going through these one at a time. You've got 3 of your magnetic flower clasp, which I've not seen this year. I haven't seen these in months. Do you know what these are? 925 silver, the highest quality of silver we bring to you, plated with 9-carat gold. Let me show you how these work. They're just working with the magnet. So can you see the silver magnet here, and then there's one at the base, and these clip really strong. In fact, you can even, let me bring it to my mic. Should be able to hear this. Listen carefully. Hear that? That goes to show how strong that magnet is. And let's face it, if you're going to be creating something stunning, you're going to be spending hours to create a piece, and you want to use those high-end gemstones, you want to finish it off with high-end metal, which you get in here 3 times, you want that security, don't you? That little click you just heard then is your security. These are strong, these are safe, but they are oh so delicate and beautiful in design. 3 of these 925, and those are 14 by 9 mil. You've also got chain. How much of this have I got? A meter's worth. Hang on, got a knot in it. Ooh. look at this chain. Now this is your aluminium chain, and it's your 8 by 12 mil. So this is a metre long. Can you imagine with this creating a pair of cufflinks? Because it's the perfect size, absolutely perfect. Maybe lay a few gemstones in there, or do a bit of a Debbie B and put some polymer in it as well. We've got some polymer later on if you are interested in that as well. Chain is so in at the moment. You've seen on the high street drapes and drapes and drapes of different styles, big chunky chains, and it's something that all ages are pulling off this season. It's such a stunning trend. I'm not even stopping there. Talking of toggle clasps as we were before, I have got three, sorry. That was right first time. But I know the price of these, so I'm actually shocked that you're getting 3 for this price. Look at the size of these. They've got almost that cameo outside detail, and then they've got this huge T. Have a look, this is so designer focus. Aren't they amazing? 3 of these you're getting. This, your round is 25 mil, and the T-bar is 36 mils. These are so large, aren't they? I adore the idea of creating Debbie B like you did. You know, when we did that polymer show together and you got that T-shirt, what's it called? What was it called? T-shirt transfer.
I do, and put a picture in it.
A photograph or a picture.
Yeah.
How about that?
Oh,
and using
nice.
this as a cameo.
Isn't that beautiful?
Isn't it? Because they're huge, aren't they?
Could use those as a pin, like a medal. Because they're in everywhere at the moment.
They are so in full
Yeah.
female and male jewellery, aren't they?
Yeah, that's really nice. I like that.
I love that idea. Or even on your lapels.
Epaulets.
Epaulets.
Close. Yeah.
Close.
Yeah.
Good, Debs. 3 of these you're going to be getting. 3 of these huge beauties. You've also got 3 of the 925 flowers. And you've got a metre of the chain. Gorgeous gold. I'm going to give you a gorgeous price. Already people on the phone for this. 1/4 of my stock has gone already on this. You're not even seeing the price. You have now. Price point today. You're going to love it. It's a tiny £13.95. Honestly, I would be happy to pay that for these 3 clasps. 925 gold plated magnetic clasps. I'd be happy to pay £13.95 for these. I truly, truly would. But the fact that you're also getting the huge toggle clasps 3 times and this chain as well, that's just an added bonus, isn't it? Gorgeous, gorgeous essentials here. And it's lovely that even if you don't want to use these all together, you can use them in separate designs. Oh, I adore the idea of just creating a look with all 3 of these different pieces. I think it could be quite modern, but you've also got the opportunity to make it quite vintage as well. There's something for everyone in this, and I've got to say, with over 1/4 of my stock already gone, half of my stock now. Oh no, half of my stock has gone on this now, ladies and gentlemen. 4 people with it in their baskets. Make sure you check out. Until you check out, it's not definitely yours. You're just saying you like it. Check it out. Ladies, what would you both do with these? I know you're prepping.
Are they magnetic? Yes? No? Yes?
Yes.
Yes, they are.
Yes.
I like them as connectors actually on a necklace. And actually have the clasp halfway down because they're really strong.
Oh, they're so strong.
Ever so pretty. Yes, I like this as like connectors. I don't want to hide them at the back of the neck. Or,
asymmetric.
Yes. Seems a shame to hide them, doesn't
Unless
it?
you have a cute little bob. Or a bit of a
Very
Fiona
true.
do, bit of a fee do, little bob. Could show those off beautifully, couldn't you? What kind of look and feel do you think you'd be getting with these?
Very feminine. See, the chain I would just bundle up, sort of keep sewing it with thread so it comes as a big chunk at the front.
I know what you mean.
Do you know what I mean? A big bar. That would look lovely.
So weave in and out of each link and then it'll shrink up, won't it? Oh, 70% of my stock has gone. This is gonna be a sellout. So you're gonna have to be super duper duper quick. I am just folding this up. I adore chain. There's so much you can do, but just look, just with it twisted, what a different effect you get. Almost giving you this double helix look, isn't it? And that's dead simply just by coiling it up. And it'll stay in that position, but it gives you a totally different effect, doesn't it? £13.95, way over 75% of my stock gone now. In mere moments, we are going to be heading over to the lovely ladies to have a little look at their Fabergé design. However, before that, I have got Challenge Fiona, because Debbie, of course, has been on the morning show this morning. She's going to nip off home a little bit later on. So we're going to challenge Fiona with these desert reds. 3 strands here, and they are fabulous. You've got in the centre here, this is your red jasper, 100 carats worth on here, and it's 11 by 8 millimetres on this beautiful lengthy strand. As well as that, you have your carnelian, 120 carats. These are your top drill drops, 12 by 8 mil. I adore this strand of carnelian, because let's have a look at the variety of colour you've got here. It is exceptional. Carnelian is a gemstone that in the Roman times, it was said that the darker, deeper, almost amber tones were very much predominantly for the males to wear, because it was believed it gave them strength to go into battle. It believed it enhanced their energy. And on the opposite side, the whiter carnelian, which you've got plenty of in this strand as well, was only to be worn by women, because it was believed to relax, it was believed to calm, and it was believed to centre. And if in Roman times a woman was seen wearing the dark, it was seen as completely crass. It was just a total social faux pas. So there's a lot of strength behind this, and you've got a mixture of both colours in here, which is beautiful. And finally, you've got one of your favourites at the moment, a gorgeous coral strand. Now, if you are new to us, this is our red coral, and it's 6 by 4, totally ethically sourced, completely ethically sourced. So what we mean by that is that we collect the coral in 2 ways. Number 1 is from when it's washed up onto shore. We'll collect it in that way. And the majority of our coral we actually get from up in mountain tops, which I know sounds really, really strange. But what it is it's where seas are now extinct. The seas aren't there anymore. There's no water there anymore. It's just where seas used to be hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years ago. So we actually go up into the hills to collect them. So we're not dredging any seas, we're not disrupting any live coral reefs at all. So it's all totally ethically sourced, which means you can get your hands on this stunning strand and the others in total confidence that we have collected these ethically and that they are just beautiful. How do you feel about a should-be price of £20.40 for these 3 strands? But that's your discount code, XVGC63. If you type that in, you won't be paying over £20. Today you'll be paying just £14.95. £5 a strand, that's working out as. And this is going to be your challenge, lovely Fiona. Any thoughts initially?
I had, but I've just been listening to you talking about sort of the male and the female, so I may, for the first time ever, have a go at something male.
Oh.
We'll see, but I've just got a thought going through my head at the moment. I've changed my mind from what I originally thought I was going to do.
I love that. Well, you'll have to start thinking, because we're coming to you at about 4:45 to have a little look at what you've made. £14.95, just a £5 each. Massive, massive discounts today. Now, we are here at Designer Inspiration. Now, on Designer Inspiration, we have designers to inspire. And what we like to do is we like to give you the opportunity to own some of the pieces we gave to them in their kit, so that you can make a note of today's date, watch us back on our Jewellery Maker YouTube channel, and then once you get all of your goodies home that we're going to give to you today, you can watch and play along at home. So first off, I'm going to start with your wire bundle, and we have got wire galore in here, including one of our newest gauges, 10 meters of your 1.25 mil wire. This is the serious, strengthy, strong, structural wire that we're working with here. But then you've also got some beautiful weaving wires. So you're going to be getting 10 metres of your 0.6, again in the beautiful gold colour, and you've got 20 metres in total of your 0.4. So 2 0.4s, 1 0.6 and 1 of your 125. So loads and loads of wire, and to just make it pop and set it off, of course, we're going to give you genuine gemstones, and this strand is incredible. It's one of our newest members of the Jewellery Maker Gemstone family. We've hardly had this on often at all. It is your caramel rutile quartz, and these are your faceted drops from 9x6 to 16x8. Now, Fee, I hope you don't mind me asking you, Fiona, but can we, when we were discussing these before, do you mind telling everyone at home what you first, it crossed your mind what you thought these were?
Yeah, when I first opened them, I did wonder if they were Ethiopian opals.
Yeah.
Because they've got an awful lot of colour play on them.
Yes.
In different lights.
Yes, absolutely right. And can you see how Fiona would imagine that? Because honestly, you know, I always say the lights in here don't do things like colour play justice, but this, it really has a special effect, doesn't it?
They do. At home, when you're sort of moving them over your hands, both in the light and taking them to the window for natural light, the colour play, there really is a lot of colour play. And there's such a variation and depth of colour and sort of transparency in some of them as well. They're gorgeous.
Absolutely.
The colours are just gorgeous, so warm.
And it is a rutile quartz, so we know rutile quartz, totally, absolutely natural. It's got this beautiful body of colour to it. It's unusual to your normal rutile quartz, which we think of as having what is known as Venus hair internal inclusions. Within here, it's almost the body of colour. It's almost a silky internal lustre that we're looking at with these, which is just something totally special. This strand is graduated. It's 110 carats, and it's from 9x6 to 16x8 on this. These are delectable, and they go so beautifully with this gold colour of wire. They truly, truly do. You're going to see how lovely Fiona has used these with her Fabergé inspired piece later, and there's a little hidden suspended gemstone which I adore at the bottom. We're going to be showing you how to create a gorgeous look very, very soon. But first off, get your hands on this today. The price should be $32.25. So we price comparison against ourselves. We're so competitive that the best way to do it, just to show you how much of a deal you're getting, is we price comparison against ourselves. So £32.25 would be if you were to go on our website right this second and buy all of these individually. That price takes into account any offers, any discounts, any deals that might be on the internet at the moment as well. So £32.20 is great actually for 40 metres of wire and this stunning strand. This is designer inspiration, and this price was discussed and agreed just before we came on air. £20.95. It should be closer to £33. You're getting around £13 discount on this today. You've got your 0.4 twice, 20 metres of 0.4. You've got 0.6, 10 metres of that. And you've got your whopper 125, 10 metres of that as well. This strand on the website, £14.95. So imagine you're paying £14.95 for that on the website. That means that for 0.4 you're paying £1. What was it? Hang on, what was it? Oh, it's all right, we're getting the calculator out. £14.95, £1.50 for 10 metres of 0.4, this one here. £1.50 for this one. £1.50 for 10 metres of 0.6. And £1.50 for 1.25. One of the second thickest gauges we do. Huh? That is an exceptional deal today. Buy the strand, get each 10 metres of wire for just £1.50. That is amazing, isn't it?
Phenomenal.
Hello, lovely.
Hello.
How are you?
Very well, thank you.
I'm so excited to see you've teamed up together to create this
I've just
piece.
pinched it. I just pinched it actually, because I was just sticking something on the top of it.
All right. Oh, good.
Sorry, just talk amongst yourselves.
Talk amongst yourselves. Carry on chatting. So this was very much Fabergé inspired, wasn't it?
Yeah, Fabergé inspired. We wanted to work together, or asked to work together on this, but we've done it very much at the end of the telephone, haven't we, Debbie?
We have. So actually, I would have made this a lot bigger, I think. Just put a little thingy on the top. But I would have made it a lot bigger if I'd have known. But it's very difficult to do it at the end of a mobile phone. And what have you.
Absolutely.
Very difficult.
It was so funny when they tested it out before. Debbie went, "Your ex must be bigger than mine."
Say no more.
Now, why was it Fabergé? If you're unsure of the Fabergé name, of course it's a Russian imperial. It was done a lot for the imperial royal family, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In Russia around. Was it 1855?
Around that time.
Alexander III actually got one made for their 20th wedding anniversary to give to his wife, and it kind of kicked off from there, didn't it?
It did. I mean, I wanted this. We had some foils in today's show, but actually they didn't arrive until sort of Tuesday. And I was supposed to be making this up a couple of weeks ago, and I wanted to do a mother of pearl with the foils in Fabergé egg, but they didn't arrive in time. So I thought, well, what else can I do? So I just thought I'd just do a caned egg, because some of the Fabergé eggs are just caned and then with the wire underneath. So that's why I've done this. But I think it works really well. Could do with being a bit bigger, but works really well.
Well, I could have done with doing it a bit smaller.
No.
Oh, bless you both.
It kind of grew.
Whereabouts are we going to be starting with this design?
All right, I'm going to teach you how to do the polymer clay first, if that's okay. And then once that's made, then you've got something to put it into the wire.
I love about this, it's not actually just a block of polymer, is it?
No. No, it's not. And I could have made it like a box. I've got one here that actually opens. It's a little egg that you can actually open it up. I could have hinged it actually, and I haven't finished off the inside, but it does open up, so that can be used as a little box if you wanted to. And this also is done from the same. You'll have the bundle coming up soon, I'm sure, with the polymer clay. But all these eggs are done with the same bundle of clay, so you can get two completely different looks from one bundle of clay.
Wow.
Okay.
20% of my bundle has already gone on this today. Don't forget, it should have been almost £33. You're getting each individual 10 metres of wire for £1.50. And this stunning strand as well. It's £20.95. So we're going to start off with this beautiful egg.
Okay, right, talk you through how to make it. There are various ways how to make these eggs. One is, which is what I did, was take some foil and actually scrunch it up so it's really, really firm, and then wrap that in your polymer clay. And the reason I do that is you have to bake this clay for 15 minutes per 1/4 inch.
Okay.
You'd have to bake and bake and bake, and you can start off with a little egg and get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, but that's the easiest way to do it. And once you've actually smoothed it off all around the edge, you then get to something like that.
And
Okay.
also that's a cost-effective way of doing it as well, isn't it?
It is actually. Now that is solid polymer clay, and that isn't. Now you can probably, people at home can't feel it, but you can probably feel the difference. That's not, and that is.
Oh, there's
And that's a lot smaller egg.
Oh, that is a real
difference.
difference.
You probably can't feel it that much, but that is a lot lighter.
Yeah.
So that is pretty solid. That's just solid scrap that I had to bake for about an hour and a half. That was 15 minutes, so
Fab.
a lot easier. So once you've got your egg, you'd need some liquid clay, or even PVA glue will work for this, it's fine, to coat it. And once you've coated it, you then start to put your cane on. Now the cane that I've made, I'll show you how to make. I did this earlier in the show, but just to recap, I'm doing a skinner blend, so you get a triangle of one colour and a triangle of another, fold it in half, put it through your clay roller. If I bring my clay roller in, and you put it in folded side down, roll it through on number 1, fold it in half again, put it through and move the dial to sort of number 4 or 5, and put it back through your clay roller, and once you move it, you'll start to see the colour come through. Now at the moment it's all white, but believe me, it will, the colour will start to come, there we go, starting to come through. So once it's blended, you can then start to use it. Now I have one here already made, but I had mixed a bit of ecru in the middle. I'd done a 3-part blend, so you just make, as long as you make it into a rectangle of different size of triangles, it doesn't matter, you can make it either like this, which is very bright, or something a little bit more subtle, which has ecru blended in with it as well. So there is my piece of clay, and this is a technique I know that Anna's done before, which is a really, really simple technique. This is a good way of using up all your odd bits. Once you've got a stash of bits and pieces after making polymer clay, you'll know you'll have loads, won't you?
Stacks.
You know, absolutely stacks. It's a good way of using up your little bits and pieces. So I'm literally taking, like I would with my scrap, I've taken bits of the colours that are in the bundle that you'll be getting soon, and I've just literally placed them on, like so. And then I'm going to take, whoops, it's just ripped in half, never mind, a piece of black, and just stretch it over the top, and you push it into all of the crevices. Now that at the moment looks really rubbish, but you'll see what will happen with it in a minute. Okay, just take off either end. Polymer clay is very kind, you don't have to be perfect with it, it's very kind. And I'm going to roll it now. I'm going to roll that, it's like doing a kaleidoscope cane, but a different way of doing it really. It doesn't matter if it splits, I'm not bothered. Roll it up until it comes to a sausage, and then form it into a triangle. Now you can just cut it in half and use it as a round if you want to, or use it as a square. I just find a triangle fits together nicely. So if I cut that in half, you'll see there's a nice there's a pattern inside.
And that's just with scrap?
Just with scraps. Put those together, and then if I just pull it, these have been sitting in the studio all morning, so they've dried out a bit, but never mind. And pop it together again. Like so, and do it once more, just cut the excess off, back together again. Do I like that? I think I like that.
I like that.
Just take that one off, I don't like that one. So, you always end up with that little gap in the middle.
Yeah.
So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a bit of black in the middle, like so. And I'm going to reduce it. Now I'm going to reduce it so I can actually make it into a small cane. People always get a bit worried about reducing things like this. Don't worry at all. Pull out the edges with your thumbs, like so. You need to make it fatter.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm pulling out the edges and then pushing in the sides, putting it back again and pulling out the edges. And eventually you'll end up with a lot bigger, but bigger width-wise, but smaller cane. Cut that one in half and put together.
Oh, I love it.
You've then got your cane, you see? I'm going to make that into a square.
Wowzers. And
So,
every single time you do this, it's going to be different. Every single one is going to be unique.
absolutely.
And it's just something that you would have otherwise, well, you would never throw it away, but you could, it's scraps.
Well, as Fiona knows, how many times have we made things and then we've put all the scrap together and actually the scraps ended up looking far better than what you've worked on all day, and that is so frustrating. But it happens, doesn't it?
Yeah, ever so often.
It really does. So now I have got my cane ready to slice. So then your egg, and this is so simple to do, you literally start building from the bottom. And I haven't put the liquid clay on because it would go so sticky in the studio, but you would literally start building and it would stick to your, in fact it's sticking now even just to this. Just go along square by square, whoop, and part them, and literally just build up your design and go up the egg gradually, and take your time and get rid of all of those gaps and all of the seams as much as you can. And then on the bottom I just put a circle of black, I think, or did I just take a big slice? I took a big slice of the cane. But you can see the idea here, and you can just build and build and build until you get right to the top. Now on the top, because I was going to put a cap on there and I didn't, but all I did was on the top was take a square of the cane, cut it in half. That isn't baked, the bit on the top, so I've only just done that as you came over. Take a square of the cane, pinch it in half like a little petal, and then just pop it on the top of the egg to make it look like a little leaf. So there's 4 little leaves on the top of there that are not baked, but It just adds something a little bit different. But you can put a little wire cap on there or something if you want, or a little bead or whatever you want.
Beautiful, stunning, gorgeous, geometric, unique, funky. I love it. Debbie, you're an absolute star.
Well, something very, very quick. You can use these actually as a mould. You know, these plastic eggs that you can buy from various craft shops. You can use those as a mould if you don't want to use it.
So clever. Now, before you dash off, do you mind talking to us a little bit?
I will stay
about
as long as you want me to.
Polymer.
Yeah, of course I will. Of course I will.
Because, well, as we all know, you love yourself some polymer, don't you?
I do indeed.
Now, you've got here in this bundle, you're going to be getting 3 blocks. Now, you've got your 18 karat gold.
Very nice.
You've got your navy blue and your red translucent. So talk to us about the translucent. When this bakes,
it goes waxy.
Yeah.
It goes not transparent, but it just looks as though you've put like a waxy finish on it, doesn't it? It looks like you've either put like a piece of oil over the top or you've rubbed wax over it. It just looks like that. Yeah. And it does go darker. It goes quite a lot darker than that when it's baked, actually.
More maroon?
Yeah. No, more of a deep red. More of that sort of red.
More of this kind of red?
Yes. It loses its pinkiness, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It does look really pink.
Yeah.
It doesn't quite go as deep poppy red, but it is more close to that sort of tone, isn't it?
It is, yeah,
Fab.
absolutely.
You're not just getting the 3 blocks, you're also getting the extruder. So, talk to us about the extruder.
Extruder, I love the extruder. I like the fact that you can do all sorts of things with it, can't you? You can do your soutache cords with it, you can do your bezels for your
caps.
Yes, thank you. I'm not plugged
That's all right, no problem.
Thank you. You can
You helped me out before. I'll help you back.
Thank you very much. Have an Easter egg. But you can do all sorts of hair for your mermaids if you do mermaid card making. Brilliant. Your Santa Claus, a beard, and all that sort of thing. You can do so many things with it. And can I just say that black ring?
Yeah.
That black ring right there. That is a spare. You don't have to put it inside. I have had people try and take it apart to put it in. There is already one there, and I've never replaced it. I've never needed to.
Oh, well, that's good.
So just leave it.
Just leave it.
Just leave it.
Leave it until you need it.
Yes.
And you also get the little...
Yeah, I don't know any other extruder actually makes extruder that does that. Give you a box to keep them in, which is so useful.
It's so clever. It's such a smart idea, and all of these extruder shapes just fit in there beautifully. So you're getting the 3 blocks with the extruder. Should be £17.80. But we're going to take a couple of cheeky quids off. Your price today, £14.95 for you today.
Wow.
Isn't that stunning? How much are you looking at paying in the shops for a block of this?
Between £2.10 and £2.50, depending where you go, actually.
It does, yeah.
And when I say £2.50, it normally means that's on the website somewhere and you pay postage, so it works out to about £2.50.
£14.95. It's a cracking little treat, and also it's wonderful the different shapes you can do. You can do the, the different hair, like we've said. There's beautiful teardrop shapes. There's squares in there as well, and there is. Oh, we've got a little clip of the extruder. Yeah, go on then. Is that you?
That's me.
I can tell.
Oh, this is from the extruded DVD.
Yeah.
That is.
Oh, yes. Fab!
So you can actually put different colours in there and actually extrude canes, really, and cut them up and make some fabulous designs.
That's wonderful, isn't it? And there's loads and loads of you out there at the moment. 57 grams in each of these blocks. You're getting 3 in total with the extruder. £14.95 for you today. Do you think it's a good starter kit, Debbie?
Yes, I do actually, because I think, especially if you get children into it, because I think children would love this. It's a bit like the hair kit that you get when you're little with the Play-Doh, yes. And they will love it. But also, once you start to use this for your clay and start adding things like mica powders, you can make things that they've got silver bezels and things, can't you? Yeah. And it becomes just invaluable, really.
And before you nip off, can I have a little look at your cover? Because you've used these in the cover, haven't you? The gilding flakes.
Oh, I've just put a couple of specks on it. Here's the top to it, yeah.
So you can see you're going to be getting 3. I can keep this Easter.
Oh, yeah, there's more here for you, don't worry. It's only for a good girl I was going to give them to you.
Oh, thanks. Oh, look at all these gorgeous gilding. Like, that is so Fabergé style again, isn't it? Working like that golden effect.
That was just using a real scrap end of a cane. I mean, it really was a scrap cane. It's amazing what you can do with the bits that are left over. Now don't sneeze, will you?
I know, honestly, whenever I open anything like this, this glitter everything, everyone holds their breath in the studio. They're like, oh, what's she doing? You've got your silver, your gold, and your pirate's treasure.
I love that one. I've been asking for that one for ages. When did that come in?
Ooh, isn't it gorgeous?
It's lovely. It really is a lovely one, that one.
So what are we using these for, ladies?
Well, I think in the kit that I put together for this, I think there's a copper one actually, I think. But those you can use to gild all sorts of things. You can do makumigani with them. You can layer up your polymer clay and put that in between and just get a hint of it as you slice it. Really lovely.
I also use them in resin as well.
Yeah, they're beautiful in resin, aren't they?
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. It's almost an amber effect.
It is.
Isn't it, when you use them in there?
The different sizes as well. You've got two there with tiny bits of, tiny flakes of foil.
Yeah.
And then the copper one in particular, you get really large pieces as you've just pulled out there. That's a particularly good one, the big copper.
Isn't that fab? I love. Now, you're going to be getting these at a cracking deal today. Your price for all of these, 45 grams, 45 mils, sorry, in each. Your price today is a tiny £9.95 for you.
It will
really
last
good
and
value.
last, won't it?
Yeah,
It'll
absolutely.
go on forever.
It does, it just goes on forever unless you sneeze and blow it everywhere.
No, should I close them up very
I think
carefully?
you should actually, yeah.
Should I close them very carefully? And Martha's just said, we advise you put them in a takeaway box. Because there's so much in there.
I don't personally, but if you are going to be covering something completely, it's a good idea, and then decant them into that and then put some back.
And then put some back in when
The
you put
problem
some
is that once you're a crafter, and Martha probably doesn't know this, but as you're a crafter, how many boxes have you got? Hundreds. And the tinier the boxes, the better.
Yeah, I've got cupboards and cupboards and cupboards of boxes.
Absolutely. So keep them in a small box.
Yeah. And they stack as well, which is great, isn't it?
Yeah, they do.
£9.95 for you. Hello, John and Susan. Hello, Trudy. Hello, Christine, Norma. Hello, everyone, today. Debbie, what are you doing this afternoon?
Not a lot, I hope.
Really? Are you relaxing?
Yes, I am.
Are you having a roast?
Probably. My husband's probably got it ready for me. Yes, he's very good.
Gosh, he's good,
lovely.
isn't he?
Got
He
your Brian,
is
lovely
lovely, isn't he? Thank you very much for joining us today.
Pleasure.
Thank you for sticking around.
It's all right.
Go, put your feet up, have a vino.
Lovely to see you. Take care.
We're going to move on now. Oh, haven't this is
journey home, love.
Thank you. Do you want the other half to
such
that?
fun. I better add.
I'll leave those there
Yeah,
then.
I thought you
to
meant
play
chocolate
with.
Easter egg.
Oh, these
Don't
are for
mind
you.
them.
Just behave. Only can have them if she behaves. Okay.
Okay.
By
So
the way,
no
can I
chance
just
of me
warn
getting
you?
any
Just
of
think
those
about
then?
what animal you want to be, because it's one of her questions.
Oh no! No, Deb, don't let her into my secret. See you later, Deb. Now we are going to give you the opportunity to create the Fabergé inspired wire standards. Now with the lovely Fiona. So Fiona, what was your thought process behind this?
Well, first of all, I mean, I love Fabergé eggs, and the work of Fabergé. It's so beautiful, and I think because he uses lots of gold, so gold it had to be because they are always gold. And obviously, Debbie and I wanted to do this together, so it was trying to interpret something that if we got the shape, if it was too small, we could still get the egg in it somehow.
Yeah.
So then I was sort of playing with ideas of how I could get the top so that it would fit all sorts of sizes. So I played around a bit to start off with, just with the wire, and to see where it took me.
Yeah.
And that actually is the third version, because you work with it and then you sort of perfect it, get it to how you really want it to be.
And then this is what you've got.
And this is what we've got.
I think it's stunning. The code on screen, LGGC47. This bundle itself with 20 metres of 0.4, 10 metres of 0.6 and 10 metres of 125, including this gorgeous £14.95 strand of your caramel, beautiful quartz. This should have been altogether closer to £33. Massive discount on this today. Buy the strand, get 10 metres of each wire for £1.50. It's only £20.95. That's at the side of your screen now. So where do we start with this?
Right, we start with the 1.25 mil wire, and that is what's going to form the structure. And to get this height, we need to start off with 12 pieces of wire. And they're going to be 18 centimetres long.
Okay.
18 centimetres. And what we're going to do is wire these into 4 separate stands, if you like.
Yeah, I see.
They're going to look like that when they're finished. So I've done some that I've prepared, but I just want to take you through doing one.
Brilliant.
So I've cut one piece of wire, and I'm now going to cut the other 2. Now, when the wire comes off the reel, obviously it is sort of curved a bit, and we're going to need to just work that a little bit to get that straight. My advice is to cut the first one exactly where you want it, but make sure that you look at the end of the wire that's coming off the reel and look at whether it's got the straight edge or the slightly pointed edge, because what we want to work with, so that we get those nice neat loops on the end, we want it to be square.
Okay.
So the preparation actually does take a bit of time to do. I did a second one yesterday, and the preparation of getting the wires probably took me about 15 minutes.
Wow.
But that's why I decided we needed to be able to move fast forward on this. So I've cut one end level, and then use your first one. And I did use the first one time and again, so that I always made sure, because you know how it is, you cut one piece of wire, then you go to cut the next one and it's slightly longer.
Yeah, always.
So if you keep using the first one that you got absolutely right, you should be absolutely fine.
That's a really good tip.
So
if you do want any tips or you have any questions for lovely Fiona, do message us in 60777. Start your text with the word JM Studio.
Okay, and I've checked that I've got the straight edge again on there. I made sure that there was straight edges on the one I did just cut. Oh, that's good. I've got a nice kink in that straight away, which will happen. And we cut that one off. Now, we've got 20 metres of wire here, and I can tell you I used every little bit in this basket. So what I did because you're working on straight pieces and you haven't got curves to go around, you can work off the reel.
Fab.
So to start it, you want to go down about 3 inches from the top, so roughly that much. Put the first piece of wire on, and that's just a little bit of we've got about 1.5 inches on there.
Just of a tail.
Just a bit of a tail, just to give you a little bit of something to hold on to. And I'm wrapping that round 3 times.
Okay.
And what I've noticed straight away, I've managed to go and get a kink in it. Doesn't this always happen?
This is on your 0.4.
This is on my 0.4.
So what's your tip on getting kinks out? Because it does happen.
If I put the kink back in, just follow it back through to where it was. Don't try and smooth it over.
No.
Because eventually it's going to break anyway, and you're not going to get a nice smooth coil. So we'll cut that off and we'll start again. And we won't panic, because it happens.
It happens.
It happens to us
So you're
all.
just keeping that little tail, which means you've got purchase, but also you've got that tension, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. So, and I'm wrapping the main wire around 3 times. Then as it comes up towards you, so the one on the reel is coming towards you, add the next piece of wire in. Try and keep your ends nice and level, only because that's going to help you later on. And again, we're going to wrap that one 3 times. And you'll have seen all the wire workers would have done this at some stage. And then once we've done the 3, we're going to do another 3.
Just adding in that wire.
It adds it. And what we're doing here is adding strength to the structural wires. When you've done 3 wraps on your top one, what we're going to do now is move the wire away from you and go up between the bottom 2 wires, and again come round.
So that it's always hidden at the back.
It is hidden. It's absolutely hidden. Although if you're following the weave, once you've completed it, it will look the same front and back.
Brilliant.
So pull that one up. This bit is really quite fast to do because we're just going to do a total of 4 wraps on each of the wires. So I've done that one, moving the wire away from me on this one, coming in between the bottom wire and the middle wire, and wrapping that 3 times. And at this point, just check to make sure that everything, if I just hold that to camera, just check that these verticals, as they're going round, try and keep them nice and tight together. For a start, it will give it some strength, but it also makes it look better. So, and gives it a good amount of tension. So I'm now bringing the wire back towards me, and I'm going between the middle wire and the top wire. So I've come from the bottom to the top, I've then gone from the top to the bottom, and now I'm coming back to the top. And as I say, we're going to do this a total of 3 times.
So you're going into the middle wire now?
So I'm going in between the middle wire and the top wire. Again, everything's 3 times, so it's dead easy to remember. And then as I go down, I'm taking it away from me, and I'm still going between the top wire and the middle. But this time I'm going to go over the middle wire and back round it 3 times.
I see.
And we're nearly there. And this one again, back down to the bottom wire, wrap, and it's come between the bottom wire and the middle wire, and we're wrapping that again 3 times, back towards me. And you just get into a rhythm of doing this. When I was doing some prep on this yesterday, I kept looking at the clock to see how long this was taking, and because you are getting into a rhythm, it's something you can just sort of sit on your lap and do while you're watching the TV, really.
In fact, I did the other day. I did a weave similar to this, but more of the zigzag effect, and just did it when you're watching TV. And once you get into the rhythm, it's relaxing.
It is relaxing.
You don't have to focus too much.
No, and you just sort of settle in with it, really. I think I may have got 4 on that one, but it's fine for this purpose. There we go, in between the 2. And what we're working to on this is so that we end up with, on the bottom wire, you'll have 4 complete wraps.
Okay.
And then we'll move back up and make sure that I'm on the way down. We're nearly finished with this one now. And really, this is, until we come to actually form the top of the basket, this is sort of the longest and most repetitive of all of the parts of this.
Yes.
Because we've got to repeat it for another 3 of the structures.
I see.
So I'm just coming up to the last bit now, back towards me.
But again, although it is repetitive, because you're working off the reel, there's no waste there. There's no
waste.
There's no tangling wires flicking out everywhere.
It's absolutely fine. I mean, I don't know what you're like at home if you're sitting and doing it, but my husband will tell you, you never quite know when there's a piece of wire going to ping
about
past
to go.
you. Ping,
yeah,
and it goes
always the way. Yeah.
He always says, "I missed the bin." Well, I don't think I ever get anywhere near the bin.
No.
So I've got 4 at the top and I've got 4 at the bottom
as well.
And I can now trim that off.
As you're snipping that off, before we go on to the next part, because we have just used our snips, we want to say to you all, if you're new to Jewellery Maker, or maybe you've been with us a little bit and you need to get yourself another set of tools, because let's face it, when we're using tools, very rarely do you ever just use, say, 1 set of pliers making a piece. A lot of the time you'll need 2 different sets. A lot of the time you'll need loads of different pieces for a make, wouldn't you?
I mean, when I was sitting doing this, I'd got the stepped pliers, I'd got the round nose pliers, I've got the chain nose pliers, and I've got my wire cutters.
Yeah.
It just goes on.
It goes on and on and on. You've got the small toolkit here. You're going to get it in this really strong, durable fabric pouch with the zip around the side, really portable. And then on the inside, you're going to be getting loads and loads of essential tools. So if you are new to Jewellery Maker, it's important to let you know what we've got in here. I've got in my hand here, that's just slipped out. These are your tweezers, great for if you're working with seed beads, great to help you just collect out all of the little bits and bobs if you're working with chips and nuggets. You've got your scoop here as well, which again, if you're going to be getting a bead scoop, I've got the most fabulous value bead scoop coming up for you later on. You know, one of those tubes. Great for scooping up and popping them back in. You've got your pearl reamer here, your bead reamer. So with pearls and with small gemstones, sometimes the hole in them's just a little bit small, but all you have to do is pop them in, give it a quick twizzle, and your hole will be bigger so you can get higher gauges wire through it. You've got your storage box here, which is great, whatever you want to put in here, whether it's different gemstones, whether it's different pieces of findings in each one, whatever it might be, so simple. You've got your little cutters in the centre here, which are great for things like your tiger's tail or your beading thread, monofilament, wax cords. You've got your round nose pliers as well, great for making loops, and we'll see these be used very, very shortly by lovely Fiona. You've got your snips, which you've already seen, great for cutting your wire. And you've got your chain nose, flat nose pliers in here as well. The price on this today, £9.95 for 8 pieces, and honestly, these are cracking tools. They're gonna last and last. It's a great place to start out if you are starting jewellery making. So get this today, treat yourself to the wire, and then when I bring you gemstones later, add what you like, and then just watch back on our YouTube channel, Jewellery Maker YouTube, and you can create so many pieces in one go. £9.95 for you today. Fab, thank you. So, you've made 4 of these then?
Yeah, we've gone away and in that little bit of a break we've made 4.
Oh wow, you are
so
speedy
quick.
Gonzalez.
So I'm going to pick up one of them now. If you have a look at where you've placed the weave on the wires, just try and get them so that they're level. And now I can see on the one on the outside, I don't think camera can pick that up.
There's one here, then there's a bit here, there's a bit here, there's a bit here.
But really we're centering there and that one's the other way around.
Yeah.
So if we turn that one way, then they are roughly in the same position.
Fab.
So pick up one of them. And what I want to do now is to join these all together. So I'm going to take a piece at the end of the wire, just a bit of tail of wire, around the wire that is nearest to me. And I'm going to do what we did before. I'm wrapping it 3 times. And as I'm drawing it down with my thumb, I am absolutely making sure that I've got a good bit of tension on there, because this is the structure of where we're really going to join this together.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to take the next set of wires and I'm going to, I just need to hold that tail. I'll just let go of that a second, because you really do need to hold on to this now, because if this is where your strength's going to come. Taking it down between 1, and then I'm taking it between the 2, between the last one on the first one, between the 2 again, and I like to repeat it on this one just twice.
So it's almost a figure of 8 shape.
Figure of 8, yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant.
And then the last time you're bringing it up through the centre, then down through the first one on the second bunch of wires.
Yeah, I see.
And then I'm going behind that, weaving it through until I'm on top. So the 4mm wire is sitting on top. Is that picking up okay?
Yeah, on the top wire.
So on the top there, and then I'm going to join the next one. So the next one's there, coming over the top of the last wire, and I'm going in between. It's honestly, this is a really, really simple technique. What it is though is just a bit fiddly, especially just when you're drawing these, and I hope that we're picking these up okay.
Yeah, we can see that.
And down in the middle again, and it is just repeating that figure of 8.
So your figure of 8, not only is it giving you a lovely design, but it's attaching.
It's attaching
as well.
it, and it's giving it strength between it, because we're going to turn them. It's going to turn into a tube in a minute.
Brilliant.
And it's what we're forming is this. Oops,
this
sorry about
section.
We're forming the centre section. So again, get to the last wire. So I've gone down between the 2, picking up my last bundle of wires, just checking to make sure that I've got the right end, and again going through the last one. Once we've done this and got this joined, then we can start having fun and getting a really nice shape going. And if I can just get that between the 2, there we go, and then we can start on the figure of 8. It's just when you've got this many wires coming together, this is where it does get a little bit fiddly. And don't worry about putting your finger and thumb sort of between the wires. It's absolutely fine, because we're still going to have to reshape them afterwards anyway.
So that doesn't matter.
So it doesn't matter, but
That's
do go over these joins just a couple of times, just to make sure that you've got those in, and then round and round the last one. And as you come round the last one, I want you to, we're just going to leave that there, and we're going to leave it with just a tail of around about, I'm looking at my cutters now, we've got about 18 inches of wire maybe.
Okay, so quite a long tail.
Quite
then.
a long tail.
Brilliant.
And I'll tell you why we've got that in a second. I'm now going to go on to the other end, and I'm going to snip off the little tail that we had to start off with, because that's only going to get in the way otherwise. And I'm going to add that in as well. And I'm going to do this as fast as I can. Now if I go over this, and if you've got any questions, please do ask me about it. Facebook me as well. I don't mind helping get you over this bit. And I've done a little diagram as well that I'll give to the guys to photograph to put on.
Brilliant. If you
Facebook.
do want to text in today, do text in 60777, start text to James Studio. And what is your Facebook?
Just look up Fiona Potter.
Fiona Potter.
Just Fiona Potter. If you when the photographs go on tonight, it won't link to me, will it? No. Just find Fiona Potter.
Okay. What's your picture of?
It's a picture of the very first bracelet that I did on my first show.
Fab. So you're looking for Fiona Potter with a picture of a bracelet.
Yeah. Now I've skimmed over those very, very quickly just to get me to this last piece. So just want to join this in, and then we can move on to one that I prepared earlier. So again, repeating that figure of 8, coming back round, and now we're going to join these together. So I'm just going to move them over until they meet. And this is the most intricate bit really, because we do just want to work on just those 2 wires. And we're doing what we did before, we're doing the figure of 8.
Okay.
And we do it at the top, and we do it at the bottom as well. Now the reason I've left this wire here, what I then want to do is to be able to weave round 3 more times before we move on to a different weave. So I've left that on there, but on this end I will actually be carrying on working on the reel.
Brilliant.
But I'm going to cut it off because I've actually taken this a stage further now on here.
Great.
And basically what we're left with, if you look at the top of here, these are the weaves. This is where I've joined it here. Okay. And then on the bottom here, and I've just gone round 2 or 3 times until you can feel the structure. I'm just going to close those back in again slightly. All your wires are bunched together, and what you need to do is just hold your thumb against the top of the wire so that the last row of weaving is just below the tip of your thumb, and just tease those wires backwards, moving your thumb on each time so that you're roughly getting the same place, and they do work round.
And you need them to be perfectly apart?
Not at this stage.
No,
not at this stage, because you're going to carry on weaving it.
Brilliant.
And as you weave it, you'll find that they will move anyway, and you've just got to check them each time you're weaving them.
Okay, great.
Now the other thing we need to do then is just to sit it down and just make sure that they are roughly the right length.
Okay.
Because you can just tease these out if you do need to. Just get your chain nose pliers and just gently pull, but I am really only gently pulling.
Gently, bit by bit.
It's easier to pull a little bit than to end up giving a lot, and then you're going to have to pull it the other way, and you're weakening the wire every time you do that, so just pull it a little bit.
Okay.
Once we've got those straight, you'll see on the other end here, this is going to form my base, and I've already done the loops. So what I would do now, having got those in place, I would actually form my loops. Now I've got some of the step pliers which are really handy to do, and it just means you're going to get really even loops.
I'm not sure if we've got any on the website at the moment, but can you still use your round nose?
What I would do with my round, if I was using the round nose, I'd actually put a mark on the here so that you are going to get exactly the same space every time. So just put a mark, a little bit of tape or a little bit of
a marker pen.
A marker pen, absolutely fine. Go on to the end. Now I'm going to guess. And I'm going, what am I going, about 1 centimetre up the pliers and just turning a loop. And because we've made sure that we've got those nice flat ends, you are getting a really good loop on there.
And if you are new to Jewellery Maker, these are the round nose pliers that we're using now, and this is the loops that you create with them.
And every time I do a loop, I'm making sure I'm still in the right place. And if you just feel it's a stronger wire because it's 1.25,
Yeah.
On a smaller gauge wire, 0.8 or 0.6 or lower, you would make sure that you couldn't feel any of the wire between the pliers. But with it being the longer length, just have it sticking out slightly.
Okay, top
because
tip.
it's going to take a little bit more to turn that loop.
Top tip.
And as it comes round, it will turn in like that. Okay?
Yeah, I've got it.
Now, the opposite, once you've done that, you're going to actually start to form the basket that goes up or the weave that comes down the bottom. Now, the weave that goes across the top is very, very simple to do. And we are literally carrying on with what we did here. So you're looping round one, going in, looping round the next, and so on until you get to the top.
Okay.
And until you meet the wire there. What I thought I would show you more of is actually how to form, egg. Eggs alive.
Day egg.
Is how I've done the floating feet. Here we've got some floating wires in here.
I love those.
And if we look underneath the egg, and the camera is just picking that up, that's the hidden gem.
This is
that
our
was,
hidden little suspended gemstone.
That was the largest gemstone on the strand, and I just wanted to make sure we used it because it's so pretty.
So pretty, and it's so
and it
eye-catching.
catches the light.
Yes.
So,
Fab.
what I'm doing here now, we need to sort of separate these legs. We're going to end up with 6 pairs of legs.
Okay.
And that is a pair.
I see. With the
And
weave
that
in
is a
between.
pair. And I've just carried on down here and done a figure of 8 and made sure that it's at the same end.
Okay.
But what we need to do is finish the wire so that it goes on the inside of these. So I'm just pulling that through, because although we've got 2 pairs of legs here, I actually want to join those 2 and those 2. And the reason that I do that, again, is to give it strength and structure.
It makes it sturdy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because even when I'm pushing down on that,
It's not going anywhere,
it's
is
not
it?
going anywhere at all.
No.
It's really not.
So, what we've cut off here is a 5 centimetre piece of the 1.25 wire, and then I've used this, a slightly smaller point on either the stepped pliers or gone lower down on the round nose pliers to form a nice little neat hole. This one's going to get in the way while I'm demoing, so I'm actually going to cut it off because we only want the other one anyway.
Okay.
So, as we start the weave, I'm going to go down once and come up, and what I'm going to do is work away from myself. And I did work away from myself when I was actually creating this, because I wanted to make sure that these were properly spaced, and I wanted to keep them properly spaced as well.
Okay.
So again, it's the figure of 8, and I started off with just 3 weaves to start it in, and then I took this extra little piece, and I'm holding it at the very top of where those wires have started.
I see.
So that's giving me a little bit of support to hold that in,
hold
because
it.
otherwise these are little devils to try and get to
Suspend,
stand in.
yeah.
And I'm keeping it as near as I can to the middle, and I'm going to carry on with the figure of 8, but this time I'm going to go down between the outside wire and the wire that we're suspending, and I'm coming up then between the one that we're suspending and the other wire.
Yeah.
I'm then going back around that middle one, back up, and then out on the outside of the other wire.
So you're doing almost a triple figure of 8,
Triple
actually,
figure of 8,
isn't it?
yeah. I'm not going to do that on ice though, because I fall over, as we know. So, and then go back through, and I went round twice on each of these,
Yeah.
to give it a little bit of space, and then back in, and it will move around, but just keep checking it, and try very hard not to pull this wire too tight,
Is that going to
because
budge it?
it's not going to budge it once it's in.
Yeah.
But if you pulled it too tight, you're going to pull these outer wires in, and
I
you're not
see.
going to have it nice and straight.
Fab.
And this is again why I work away from myself, because it means I can get my finger inside the structure, and I can support both top and bottom.
I see, I see.
And basically then just carry on until you've got that all the way down. And shall I just try and get that done nice and quickly?
so that it holds in place. I want to let you know that of the designer inspiration bundle, I haven't got that many left of it now, so it's really important that you get your hands on it now. Now my strand has gone. Where's my strand gone? Strand.
Here's my other one.
Oh, you've got another one here. I'll get this. You've got another one. Gems of Distinction strands. And this is the wire that you're getting. So you're getting 20 metres of 0.4, 10 metres of 0.6, 10 metres of 125, and this gorgeous, gorgeous selection of your caramel retail quartz. There was beautiful, beautiful graduation on this between 9x6 to 16x18, which is the one that we've just suspended at the base of this Fabergé inspired stand. And this is 110 carats worth on that today.
And I'm just carrying on down and carrying on down. Now this part, I can say probably has taken me about, I think each leg took me a good half an hour to create, so we're not going to be able to do a whole leg even on this. The whole basket in total has taken about 8 hours to create.
Wowzers, it's worth it though.
But
so you've managed to suspend this
I've managed
now.
to suspend it, so if I just take that in just so that you can see, if I wrap that around now I can see. And as you've got that down, once you've got it in all the way and it's nice and tight, you can just turn that up and it will hold it. And once you've then just got to repeat it. So, but before you start putting any of these in, make sure you've got your 6 pairs of legs all done with your figure of 8 weave.
Yeah.
And then go on and do all of these. And once you've done those, I'm simply going to get the back of the handle of the pliers, and I'm just going to add just a little tiny bit of leverage against it.
Clever, clever.
And that will give you a fairly even, I mean this wire is so lovely. It's very, very malleable, but it's also very strong.
Strong, definitely.
And that will just give it just a little bit of curve. And my tip here is just do a little curve to each of the 6 legs.
Yes.
Stand it up. I mean, at the moment I can see, I mean, they're all over the place because I've only started to do 2 pairs of legs.
Yeah.
But just keep checking it over. If I just put the egg down just for a second and show you on this one, that is now all of the legs are touching the counter. When I got here, and Becky will testify this, when I opened it out, I think it was all crushed, wasn't it?
You squashed it in a door, Fiona, didn't you? You didn't look after it particularly well.
No. So I've had to put my finger, but again, because there's a lot of structure, they were easy to put in, and I just kept putting it and just tweak them, and you could just tweak them to where you want it to be.
It's fab.
Now the final thing, if I just pull off a little bit more of wire, and we just want one more gemstone, I will see what I've got left in the bag, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because what I want to show you is how I suspended that bottom one. Right. So I'm just doing a simple tiara loop on this.
So this is with your 0.4 again?
Yeah, sorry, 0.4 wire.
Yeah.
I've threaded that through the gemstone. One twist, just to get it started. And then just carry on twisting that. And I would go probably about 1 centimetre of twists on there. Then you can trim your tail off. Work out roughly where you think you want this gemstone to be, and as you can see, this is kinking all over the place, so just hold it tight and I'll give you a tip in a minute. So I'm going to cut the wire down to about that length.
So probably about 4 centimetres above the actual piece itself.
Now, if you hold your wire with your pliers and you start to turn, this is how you can do this with head pins as well to give them extra strength. If you just hold that and just keep turning it on itself.
So you're turning them in different directions. Which is changing the internal composition, isn't it?
And you can see straight away that is already starting to be
stronger.
Yeah. Now if you feel, because if you can see how
that is so much stronger.
Yeah.
Really, really is.
Now cut that top bit off. And you poke it up through the centre tube of your cable, of your egg stand. Roughly work out where you want it to be, and then pull it up to the top. Get your pliers, and roughly, is that? I'm a little bit too high, aren't I? There, is that?
That's all right. No, it's all right. Leave it how it was. The cameraman Mike's on the job.
Sorry, Mike. No, I should have warned you that I was going to go off the end there, and then just keep round and round and round and round and round. And keep going and keep going and keep going.
Yeah.
Until you've gone as far as you can, and then just drop it down.
And look, and that's how it's suspended.
And then you won't see it on the inside because, of course, the top has all been done with a figure of 8 basket weave all the way around.
All the way around.
That, with the basket, if I just show you on here.
Yeah.
I've all of the bottom part and the top part within the top 1.5 centimetre.
Yeah.
Is all 0.4 wire.
Yes.
And then as it came out and started to fan out, I then switched to the 0.6 wire and brought it up, because otherwise you start to lose a little bit of the definition with the 0.4. The 0.4 is best where you've got to go in really sort of delicately and neatly.
And then we've just done a wrapped loop with the 0.4.
Yeah, they're all simple 0.4 wrap loops.
That's so lovely.
Just look at the sizes of the gemstones. I sort of put them in, I cut them all off, put them in circles and worked out where I thought each one was best.
Brilliant.
And then you worked it out in that way. A rough kind of pattern.
That's wonderful. We've had a text message in. This is from Claire. Hello, Claire. It says, "Hi, Becky and Fiona. What a wonderful design. I think I'm going to use it to make earring displays for my store. Thanks for the inspiration."
Yes.
Great idea, Claire. Really fabulous. Fiona, thank you so much. We're coming over to you back again in a little bit for something really special. I'll be back with you in a little bit. And now I have got for you some Bundle Central. Now, on this hand side, Cupcake Pinks. 3 strands here of your super pink, beautiful gemstones. This is a brand new bundle and very, very good for today. You've even got an egg-shaped strand here. This is your Cupcake Pinks. You've got 110 carats of your rose quartz in the trilliant cut at the end here, 10 mil. You've got 105 of the pink colour-coated pyrite at the end, and these are your drops, faceted hearts, 8 to 10 mil on those ones, 22 centimetre strand. 160 of your pink poppy quartz as well down the centre here. Poppy quartz got that gorgeous internal pop. 10 by 8 mil. Your price should be £23.85, but it's not going to be that today, anywhere near that. We're going to make it just, how do you feel about £7 a strand? How do you feel about £6 a strand? £17.95 for you today on these goodies. The pyrite, the body of colour, of course, this is your coated. It is your coated pyrite with this gorgeous colour. And the body of colour is so submetallic that it actually shines through the coating itself, which is why you've got this beautiful appearance. The centre one with the poppy agate, if you haven't poppy quartz, you haven't seen poppy quartz before, take a little look at the internal structure. What happens with the poppy quartz is it always has this quackled effect, and can you see that the colour of the quartz pools into these little areas, and that's why it gives you this gorgeous quackled poppy effect. In fact, it's got a bit of a sort of eggshell effect to it, in fact, especially with those shapes. And then the rose quartz in the trilliant cut. Now, I absolutely adore this trilliant shape. The reason being they're so versatile. You can, of course, simply strand it as is, maybe on a stretchy bracelet. What about, though, using them nose to nose? You could create a little bow tie shape. If I show you here. There we go. Nose to nose, a cute little bow shape you can get there. You can also do them back to back, which gives a diamond-like appearance. jagging them down, jagging them to the side. There's so many different shapes you can create with these. And if you even just use these as a on memory wire, gets a totally different look. £17.95 is working out about £6 per strand for you today. What do you think of these, Fiona?
Oh, they're lovely. I didn't hear you say what they are, but they're really pretty.
Pyrite poppy quartz and rose quartz.
Gorgeous. Spring garden, spring blossom.
Totally agree with that. Totally. Springtime tones. £17.95 for you today. How do you feel about multi-gems, Fiona?
I love multi-gems because I think it's done Nature's done its colour mixing for you, hasn't it?
Yes, definitely. And you've got, what is this strand, producer Martha? They're all classed as multi-gem. Oh my goodness. I've got ametrine on this strand. Ametrine. Ametrine is such a phenomenon. It is essentially where you find ametrine, it's amethyst and citrine that have just melded together in one gemstone. And I have got 2, 4, 6 ametrine on this strand. Let me show you an ametrine. Can you see here? You see you've got the body of colour here, which is your amethyst, your purple, and then you can't really tell under these lights, but this here is citrine. It's bright, bright orange. It's stunning. Oh my goodness. So on this strand, you've got ametrine, you've got amethyst, you've got rose quartz, and you've got clear quartz. And these are really beautiful faceted rectangles, whopping size, 20 to 15 mil on this 340 carat strand. I cannot believe you've got ametrine on here. This is one of my favourite gemstones, and it's a beautiful gemstone as well because ametrine is said to inspire and help you create. So great for jewellery makers. As well as that, you're going to be getting these multi-gem medium nuggets, 350 carats worth on here. 12 by 10 to 20 by 14 mil with this, and I have got some stunning rutile quartz with Venus hair internally. I've got smoky quartz. Oh my goodness, can you see this? Now again, you don't really get this at home. Oh Fiona, come on over here for me. I really need to show you this, my love. Look at this Venus hair. What colours are we looking at here? What does this internal structure make you think of?
Well, it looks like golden rutile quartz.
Exactly. It is. It's like golden flecks of hair, isn't it? But when you look at it on the screen, be honest.
It's not showing it up as well,
It doesn't look as impressive on screen, does it? Just trust us on this one. It looks like...
beautiful.
Isn't it stunning? Thanks, I just wanted to.
Thank you.
Because I'm just blown away. I needed to make sure it wasn't just me, Fiona.
No, it's me too.
You've got on here smoky quartz as well, and of course beauty, very much in the eye of the beholder. But in the gemstone world, when it comes to smoky quartz, we often say the smokier it is, the more expensive it is. And look at the serious smoke in this. That almost looks jet, doesn't it? Stunning. You've got real Zambian amethyst in here as well. Isn't that a gorgeous Zambian tone in there? Real nice mix. You've got rose quartz in here too. And then you've got your multicoloured plain rounds of your multi-quartz as well. 180 carats worth of these 8 mil rounds. Now normally, each one of these is £9.95 per strand, which would mean, let me get my 9 times table ready, £27.80ish, isn't it? For these it should be. I am nowhere near that today. It's Easter. Let's give you a special deal. Your price for all 3 strands, £19.95 for you. That is special. What do you think of that price point? Fiona?
Well, I think it's a fantastic price point for such fantastic gems. They're really sizable as well, aren't they?
Really sizable. With ametrine.
I know. You've got so many different options there, actually, haven't you?
Isn't it just special? And do you know what I would do as well? Not that I'm obsessed with ametrine or anything. I know I keep harping on, but I just can't believe I've got it in the strand. I haven't seen ametrine in months. But what I would do is take your ametrine, pick out your favourite ametrines, and then work that into a piece with the multicoloured gems just to pick out those intense colours. Because on this strand, you've got loads of citrine colours and you've got loads of amethyst colours. Working those.
You could do a sort of a stranded bracelet, couldn't you? Or stack of bracelets so that they sat on top of each other, but having maybe one of the big gemstones in the middle.
Yeah, and have them all stacking on top. The stacker style is so in at the moment.
Yeah.
It's massive. £19.95 for you. Last chance to purchase. Get it whilst you can. I've got a really fun bundle for you now. Now, you will have heard lovely Sammy yesterday morning was saying that she's back on with us in a couple of Mondays' time. She's going to be showing you some designs with square wire. And I've got some square wire in this bundle for you. This is your core square wire. This is in your medium. Now, the size on this is 0.25. No, it's not. Hang on. I always forget. Yeah, but what gauge I'm talking about? 0.64 mil, it's saying to me, which is tray accurate, isn't it? So 0.6 we're working with here on this. And it's a really durable, really useful gauge of wire. Now, if you have a little look back, there is lots and lots of tutorials on our YouTube page to working with square wire, but it just gives you a totally different finish, doesn't it, Fiona?
I love working with square wire, and you, apart from the fact it'll sit nicely side by side, you can also sort of twist the odd strand as well with your pliers, and it just makes it stand out and pop. It's a completely different look.
It really is.
Wire.
It really is. I adore when you twist the pieces of the square wire because it gives it a chain-like appearance.
Yes,
like
it
fairy
does.
chain, isn't it?
Yeah.
But with wire, it's magical. You've also got some 925 in here, and these are your 925 crimps. So this is going to be great for stashing up. If you've got the large toolkit, then make sure you're using the crimping pliers on these because you'll give it the strength. It will close all of your wires together, but also it's giving you a beautiful cylindrical finish because let's face it, they're 925. We don't want to cover these up. 50 carats worth of this. And then you've got this exquisite Sunstone in here today. Have a look at this strand. Martha adores Sunstone. Why do you love it? Why do you love this? Linda told her all about the colours in there. She was really inspired by the neutrals. It's got this beautiful adventurescence to it, which is this external shiller that we get. And this is caused by this internal pieces of essentially when the gemstone sets itself, it sets and forms in these very, very tiny microscopic cylindrical sphere shapes, and that's why you get this beautiful shiller, which is this dart of colour. I always think of it like skimming a stone. So with a lot of gemstones, the light will enter and then bounce straight out. But with Sunstone, it's not like that. Because there's so many fibrous layers, what happens is the light enters and like skimming a stone, it goes skim, 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 the light across the surface, which is why you get this beautiful effect, this gorgeous shiller, this internal glitter. It's so much fun. So let's reiterate. You're getting this lengthy strand, 250 carats of your Sunstone 18 by 13 mil. You're getting 3.5 meters of your 0.6 square wire and 50 pieces of this silver 925 crimps. Your price should be £17.35, but we're not gonna do that. This is design inspiration. We're not gonna do it for that price. We're giving you a super duper Easter discount today. Your price for 925 Sunstone and square wire, £11.95. I'd be happy to pay that for the 925 by itself. Personally, square wire has been so popular recently as well. I'm sure that's why plenty of you are getting it. If you are going to be getting your hands on this, what would you suggest as a make? Fiona?
A twisted braid, well, I'd have probably about five or six strands of the square wire.
Yeah.
And on the second strand of wire from each side, I would twist it.
Yeah.
And then I would fit it around those strands.
The Sunstone.
Sunstone.
Almost framing it.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's a gorgeous idea.
Because you've got you've got to have the play of light on the Sunstone, you have got the play of light on the twisted wire.
Yeah, definitely. So both of those things are going to be working in the gemstone's favour, aren't they?
Absolutely.
It's wonderful. There's plenty of you on the phone lines for this. Welcome everyone. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday, Easter Sunday. Treat yourself to these, because do you know what? Easter Sunday, a lot of the time we think it's for the kids. Well, it's not. Treat yourself today. Treat yourself to it. £11.95. You need to check out your baskets when you can. 250 carats worth of this Sunstone. And do you know what? Even in this VT, and this is very rare to say, you can actually see that eventurescence, can't you? You can actually see the light bouncing across the surface, and that just goes to show the quality we're dealing with here. What we'll say is, you 4 people, 3 people with it in your baskets, please do check out those baskets, because I always think of it like doing the big shop. You've done the big shop on a Wednesday or a Saturday. Fiona, when do you do your big shop, love? Thursday night.
Yeah.
My big shop changes every week. Yeah, every week it changes. So you've got to do the big shop, right? So you've got your list of everything you need for your breakfast, your lunch, your dinner, people's packed lunches, your essentials, your shampoo. You've only got a dribble left. All of that, you've got it. The whole kit and caboodle. You filled it up. Taking you about an hour and a half generally, hasn't it? All of that. Trolley is full of stuff, absolutely full of it. You've got everything that you need. Whew, it's done, hour and a half. And then you think, oh, Corrie's on, I'll just leave my basket here, I'll just go home. Leave your full trolley. You wouldn't do it. Someone else is walking past going, oh, I have quite a few of those, nix it. That's what can happen if you don't check out your baskets. Check out. £11.95 for you with this. Now I'm heading over to you in a moment, lovely Fiona, for your aluminium, but not yet. I've got one more, because I've got to squeeze in this crazy, crazy price. Crazy, crazy price. Honestly, you're going to love this deal. These are your 3 charms. It's your rose quartz with the bezel around the outside and the brushed heart designs on top. Have a little look at these for me. They're so pretty. This rose quartz is gorgeous. It's almost got that Madagascan appearance to it, actually, doesn't it? It's not, but it has almost got that appearance to it, because it's just got this gorgeous clarity. And then you've got this brushed detailed heart charm on the top of this. You're getting 3 of these in total. Each of the rose quartz is 7 carats each, and they're 16 by 12 mil. Now, you're getting with them 3 of each. And actually, when I look at the info in front of me, one of them's slightly larger, is it? 18 by 14 mil on those ones, on those larger ones as well. So you've got 3 of these. Now you can use them as a charm bracelet. You could just use them as a pendant. What about a pair of earrings? Done and dusted, just pop a shepherd's hook through. But if you really want to make them go further, or say you've got an idea for them, how about just chopping off this top bit, and then essentially it's like you've got 6 charms, isn't it really? Because you'll have 3 hearts and you've got 3 of the bezeled rose quartz. That into one of the hearts, one of the quartz, one of the hearts, one of the quartz on a little charm bracelet. How cute would that be? Really statement, really, really beautiful piece. So, triple heart charms, 3 of them. The price? Normally £11.85, which is quacking, because those are big pieces of quartz. If you think 7 carats each, I know on a strand, say you get a strand of quartz, you might get 80, 90 carats on a strand, but you've got loads of gemstones. To actually get a rose quartz that is 7 carats in total, just one gem, is massive. Are you ready for this price drop? You're ready for this? Get yourself on the phones ASAP, as soon as possible, or miss out. Your price today. I thought we were doing £7.95 and I was chuffed with that. £6.95 for these. Oh, guys, do you know what? Couldn't buy an Easter egg for that now. Couldn't buy an Easter egg. And how long do they last? In my house, about 40 seconds. And then you feel all fat afterwards and all, oh, should I get off the sofa? No, let's not. These are just positive. £6.95. What would you think of doing with these?
I'm really not sure, because actually, no, I was just thinking, you know that big chain that we had earlier?
Yes.
Was that gold or was that silver?
Yes, it was gold.
I was just thinking, you could.
But actually, I've got a really funky silver
could...
chain coming up. I've got a silver chain coming up in a little bit, actually, that chunky silver chain that'll go with these.
You see, you could make a single chain bracelet and just have one hanging off it.
I love that.
Couldn't you?
Yes.
You could also do the same on as a neckline piece. You've got 3 charms, so if you had 2, but instead of having them on the centre here, if you have them on an angle, so it's asymmetric, so the chain was there, and then you've just got your 2 drops coming off.
What a clever idea. It is a stunning discount for you today. It should have been closer to 12. I've got double buyers. In fact, it looks like I've got more double buyers than I have single buyers at the moment. £6.95 for you today. Now, lovely Fiona, I'm heading over to you now for Anodised Aluminium.
Okay.
What is this? Casca!
It's a lovely soft metal that you can do lots of wonderful things with for jewellery. You can obviously dye it. It comes pre-anodised, so that means it's got a coating on it that is ready to take a dye.
Brilliant.
And you can multi-dye it, so you can put it in different dyes which will change from one colour to 2 colours, or mix the colours. It might make it darker. You can doodle on it. We have stuff that we can have a doodle.
We're going to have a doodle in a bit.
We can paint on it using the dyes as paint.
How fun.
You can use, these are the pens that I think we have them on the website.
Yeah, the pens at the moment. I think we do have them on at the moment.
And these are great because they've got a thick tip one end and a point thin at the other end. So that's really good to doodle with and to shade with.
Fab.
The one thing that we need to say about anodised aluminium, until you must leave it in the plastic bag until you're ready to work with it, and when you do take it out, make sure that you've put some gloves on, some rubber gloves. I'm not sure if they come in the starter pack, but make sure that you are, because the minute that it comes into contact with the body oils, wherever you touch it, the dye isn't going to take on that part.
No, it doesn't take on that section,
your body oil acts as a resist.
Yeah, it does. So make sure. Now let's go through everything on this, shall we? You're going to be getting the bangle strip, and you're going to be getting these blank shapes. So talk to us about each one of these. What are these for?
Well, obviously the bangle one is primarily there to do a bangle. With this one here, I've done that with the bangle strip.
Yeah.
And it's been stamped on using, if you do make cards, that kind of thing, and we have stamps, stamp it with a stays on ink, that kind of ink that is going to stay on, and then we dip it in the dye and it will take the colour, and then we can form it. You can also cut, if you've only got a small wrist, you can cut a bit off it and use that as a pendant, or cut 2 bits off it and use them as a pair of earrings.
Fab.
Now the shapes that we've got...
You've got 6 shapes in here.
And they're a mix of ovals and rectangles. And so the pieces that I've got on here that I've done, I think I've used ovals on both of those, haven't I?
On these next pieces, yeah.
And I think on this one, on the green one, that's been stamped.
Yeah.
And on the blue one, that's been dyed several times. And I've also used stencils on it so that I can paint in between. I'm no good at freehand art, I'm really not. So I like to use stencils, or the little stick-ons that you can use if you're a card maker.
I know, yeah.
You can put those on, and then you can dye it, or you can drop your alcohol inks on it.
Brilliant, and give it a different look. I've got your dies coming up in a little bit, so stay exactly where you are. You've got your large sheet as well, which is for cutting all the different shapes. You've also got in here these. Now talk to us about these.
Well, they're the shears that you can use to cut the metal with, and I've used lots of different kinds, and I have to say they are the best.
And why is that?
it's got 2 settings on it, so that if you've only got a small hand, or if you only want to get us into a very tight area, you can put it on the smaller setting. If you've got a larger hand, or if you're going to cut all the way down the sheets, then you put it on the larger setting.
I see.
One side of the blades has also got a serration on it, and that will help grip the metal as you're cutting it. But it cuts like butter.
It's fab, which is great because the aluminium itself is so sturdy. You need these high-end professional tools. You've also got your hold punch as well. So this is what we're using to create the bales, essentially, isn't it? Where we attach
to create the bales. And if you look on this one here, this example, you'll see that I've wrapped some twisted wire around the bottom.
A gorgeous detail.
But we've got some holes at the bottom, and that's been cut using that hole punch. It means you get the same size hole every time.
And again, it is like butter, isn't it? It's just a simple twist and it punches in.
Yeah.
It's fab. You've got as well your saw frame and your saw blades. Now, why are we using this with the aluminium?
Well, again, if I point you to the one on the left, I was thinking that was one of the oval shapes, but it isn't. That's an oval that I've cut out from the sheet.
Fab. That's
because
brilliant.
I wanted to do a few designs using the same technique, and I wanted them all to work together.
Great.
So if you draw your shape on, and then you can then use those saw blades, or the saw with the saw blade in it.
That is wonderful.
To cut it, and then the files to help perfect it.
Can I ask you what number what number saw blade you use?
I tend to use a 3 quite a lot.
Okay. So when we say the numbers, we're talking about the different thicknesses. Yeah. So we're going to be using 3 for the aluminium. We're going to be using a 1 on things like a 1 or a 2 on, say, jump rings. You'd be using a 6 on your perspex. So this is a multi-use pack. 24 different blades you get. There's not just 1 of each size. There's 24 in total. And the saw frame as well is great because it is adjustable, which means that if it happens, which it always does, if you've had a blade for a while, if the blade does snap, it doesn't matter at all. You can carry on using it just the little bits by moving the handle, can't you?
Absolutely.
Fab. And you've also got the 12 needle files with all the different effects, which again you can use on your silver clay, your perspex. Now, why are these so useful?
Well, they're good. There's quite a few different shapes in there, but they're really good. So if you've cut round, so as with the oval on the left, that's the one that I've cut out of the sheet. Obviously, I have sawed around it, and you've got the rough shape, but then you want to perfect it and get that really nice and smooth. Yeah. So I take it down another layer or another level using the files, and then finally some sandpaper just to just get a really nice
finish. You've also got the anvil in here. There is absolutely loads. Now, why do we need the anvil?
We need the anvil for a couple of reasons. First of all, if you're going to cut round your aluminium, if you hold your aluminium against the top of the anvil, it's going to give you some purchase so that you can then move your saw. I'm showing you, move your saw around. It's also really good if you decided that you wanted to do a bit of hammering on it, or if you wanted to drill some holes. I've done drill holes as well in some of them. I did a piece a few weeks ago using this bangle shape, but then I cut a circle out of the sheet, and I wanted my holes in exactly the same places, so I held them together to start off with just a little bit of tape, put them down on top of the anvil, and then use the Dremel drill and just drill down through them both.
Through to it. Fab. So you're also getting the DVD as well in here, which is going to show you how to create some lovely looks. So in here, let's reiterate, you're going to be getting your bangle sheet, you're going to be getting your 6 pieces, you're going to be getting your large sheet of anodized aluminium. You're also getting the anvil, the hole punch, the saw, 24 pieces of saw blades. You're going to get 12 pieces of your needle files, a DVD, and your shears. Your price today, £79.95 for absolutely everything. It's going to get you started. It's going to get you on your way. It's great for a top up as well. Maybe you've been doing it a while, but you've run out of everything, or you've lost a few bits. Great for that as well. You can have a little look at this part of the DVD that we have as well. These are some pieces from there, and that'll all be on the DVD. The DVD's around 55 minutes long, and that's coming for you in this starter pack. Now, I've got the dies for you here now. So talk to us about these dies, Fiona.
The dyes you need to mix up with some deionised water that you can get sort of from any car type place.
Yeah.
And it tells you on the pack, you know, how to do it. If you want to concentrate it a little bit more, as I have done with one of the designs I did last month, I used half the quantity of water to the dye, so you get a darker dye. And you don't have to sit your metal in it very long. It's only just a few minutes, you know, sort of no more than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And I can show you if you want. So I've got some dye to show you what it's like. And then you set it on and you can just sort of dip it in, dip it out. You could even dip it on 2 different colours. You can paint with it as well using a paintbrush.
I love that. You've got in here your blue and your violet dyes. So these are going to go on for quite a while then.
Oh yes.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so they do evaporate, so I just put mine in a screw top jar.
Good tip, great tip. So they won't go anywhere. Blue and violet, the price? LWGC 30, £9.90. Now, I don't know, I know you've been doing this for quite some time. How is that price compared to other places?
I think that's quite a good price.
Yeah.
I think they're around about £6 each.
Fab, so great, you are getting a discount today then.
Saving.
That's cracking, isn't it?
£6 or £6.95, it's that sort of price.
That's fab. Now, we've talked about storing them, haven't we?
Yeah.
So you said, remind us again what you said about storing.
Once you've used the dyes the first time, or wherever you do, just pour it into a screw top jar, make sure it's on tight, and I also keep it away from light, so that it's obviously, it just helps it, doesn't it?
Brilliant, definitely. And now you've got your fiery red and your golden orange. Now this texture totally seems different in a sense.
I've not seen those before.
Have you not seen these colours
I've
before?
not
We've not let you play with these ones before. Fiery red and orange we have here. So when you're using them, when they mix up, do they mix up a similar tone to what you can see now in the pack?
If I bring the green dye over, I can show it to you.
Oh, yeah,
okay,
I love that. Let's
idea.
get your pricing for this while we're getting it all ready. Orange and fiery red, £9.90, the same as the beautiful purple and blue. And you can mix these together, you can make different colours, you can layer it up, and we're going to have a look at this right now. I am sure excited.
I'll tell you what I'll do, just to show you what it's, because it's very difficult. This is just just going to dip a piece of kitchen paper in.
Yeah.
Just so that you can roughly see the colour of the dye.
Forestry green.
So it's a lovely, and that is, if I pick that one up,
That's the colour of the bangle.
That's the colour of the bangle.
Oh, that's fab. Thank you for showing us that. Great. So where do we start with this?
Right, I'm just going to get rid of that because
Yeah,
otherwise
good
you and I
idea.
are going to be green by the end of the afternoon.
Green.
Okay, if I just move that over there so that we don't get that out of
Get an
the
elbow in
camera.
it.
If we get a piece of anodised aluminium, what we really should be doing though is making sure that we've got our gloves on, because obviously by touching the aluminium we are going to sort of change what it's going to do.
Yeah.
But if we've got a piece that we can use, we can both do a bit of doodling on it. So if we perhaps put that on there, and where would you like to draw? Which colour would you like?
Well,
We've got
I
all
don't
sorts of
know.
colours. Just thought we'd do a few little
So
doodles,
you
didn't we?
literally, let's go for red for my last name, Redican.
And I'll go for a bit of black.
Okay.
And I'm going to just, I really am not going to try ever so hard not to touch this. I'm just going to do some, no, I'm going to have to hold it. Some little petal shapes. As you can see, I really am not very good at drawing at all.
No, you're very good.
That's a sort of a...
I'm getting requests in my ear. How about, can you guess what it is yet?
How about this?
What's that? Oh yeah, we're doing the same thing. Mine's more of a sitting down bunny rabbit.
It's, how am I going to... That's his...
Doesn't it look like Watership Down this? Isn't this uncanny? Isn't it?
That's his
uncanny.
little... That was going to be the back of him. So that's his
like
pom-pom
these.
tail.
Oh, his pom-pom
But then I
tail,
put some
of
eyes on
course.
him, so that doesn't really work, does it?
Oh, I like that. So you can use, and then you get the two different tips
And then you
as well, don't
get the two tips, and if we've done one, we can then sort of colour it in a little bit. So my little bunny can have some yellow ears. And we'll give him a yellow face. And then we'll maybe go for a little red body.
So you can mix them together,
Mix them
can't you?
together. And then,
how simple is that?
oops, sorry, and then I think what we can then do,
oh yeah, you
is
can
blend them
mix,
together.
You
Like,
can blend.
so we can mix those in there.
Oh, it looks like he's got a little orange beard.
And just to show you, 'cause obviously we're not going to cut everything out and cut this now, but then just to show you, bring the die back in.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if we can just slide that over.
Yep.
And the whole sheet. Again, I can't stress enough, you shouldn't really be touching this with your hands.
Yeah, yeah.
But we're doing it just for the to
be mischievous.
Yes, we are really. Now, also, obviously that isn't going to fit in the whole thing, but
No.
it'll give you a good idea. So if I
Get it.
tip that down there, I should get
Yeah.
that a little bit, and I'm just going to swish it up and down, and you can see
Wow.
already
Can you
that is
see?
started to
It's
take.
already going green.
And if you wanted to, you
Oh.
could actually then have a little bit more green at the bottom, so you just leave the bottom bit in a bit longer.
So my bunny's on a lawn now.
And if I also then got I'll get another bit of trusted kitchen paper,
Yeah.
and screw it up,
Okay. And you're just splashing it up.
and we can have, sort of different bits coming in there.
Wow.
And obviously if you've got lots of colours going on, you can mix them all in and mix them together.
I love the idea of that.
So it's quite messy.
That is
It's
brilliant.
messy,
It's
messy
messy and fun, which is the best.
And when you've done it and it's dried and you've still not touched it with any metal and you've still not touched it with
Yeah.
your hand, you then need to steam it
Brilliant.
for 45 minutes for the dye to set.
And then it's on.
Yeah.
It's not going
It's
anywhere.
not going
then.
anywhere. And once you've done the dye, then you can touch it with your hands, you can cut it, you can shape it, you can hammer it, you can do whatever you want with it.
So your imagination can go wild with this. Get your starter kit today, £79.95. After the break, I'm back with lovely Fiona for some more design inspiration. See you after this.
You can now keep in touch by liking Jewellery Maker UK on Facebook. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our Gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Join guest designer and polymer clay expert Debbie Bulford for our Extruder DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of techniques, including how to create geometric patterns, the soutache and lace look, and much more. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Join guest designers Debbie Bulford and Rachel Norris to explore the endless possibilities of combining polymer clay and wirework. This DVD guides you through a variety of projects and will give you the inspiration you need to create your own designs. Advance your jewellery making and fuse your talents together with this amazing DVD. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
do you know what I've just noticed? Have you seen these rabbits on the desk? Have a little look at them. Have you seen this? They're snogging. Is that appropriate? Look at them all snogging, having a little Easter kiss. And they're holding hands. Who knew? I don't remember that on Watership Down, snogging rabbits. How cute, I love it. Anyway, today I have got loads and loads of goodies for you. Heading over to Fiona in probably about half an hour. But before that, I'm going to give you some fab deals, including this crazy, crazy, crazy deal. Now, I gave you a deal similar to this yesterday. And do you remember? Do you remember? We got a phone call. Are you doing this at that price? Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. How naughty. We had to take it off the screen. I have got a very similar deal to that today because you just don't want to miss out on this. It's going to be one of those top up on your stash deals. It's your 100-piece findings pack, and let's take a little look at some of the goodies you will be getting in there. So you're getting all of the goodies you see on screen, included but not limited to a metre of your chain, 10 of your saucer beads. You're getting 2 pairs of your copper findings, and my favourite, you're getting loads of these heart-shaped head pins. Aren't they beautiful? They're the little flat head pins, and they've got the beautiful heart detail. Perfect for the snogging bunny rabbits. You're also going to be getting the saucers, which are great spaces. They're huge. 9x4mm these ones are. They're a really nice detail just to add to your designs. And then they've got the small saucer edge as well. So you could put these up next to each other. You could use them to space out beautiful gemstones. Maybe even use them to modify pearl strands. Little spaces in between. Be fab. You're getting extender chains in here as well, and this is with the S-clasp. The S-clasp has been so popular for a few reasons. One, it's quite a funky and modern twist on a clasp, but also if you have got dexterity problems, or even if, like me, you just live alone and find it a nightmare to try and undo your bracelet at night, you've had a lovely night out with your friends, and then you have to do that undo your bracelet dance to try and get that lobster clasp. It's a nightmare. You don't have a problem with these at all, just easy peasy. You're getting loads of jump rings as well, and these are your saw cut jump rings. The saw cut just means that they close up beautifully, so if you did want to use them as chainmail, you absolutely can. There's no problem with them at all. You've got toggle clasp as well, that tiny little, you've got mummy and baby in the toggle clasps. You've got the little one here, which is just the plain detail, and then you've got this gorgeous large heart twisted one. 100 pieces you're getting in total. POAZ 68. The price is knock your socks off, get yourself 4. Price today is a tiny £7.95 for 100 pieces in here today. The great thing is it's that time of year, isn't it? You've got your Easter fairs, you've got your spring fairs coming up, food festivals everywhere that have a lot of stalls on where you can sell your jewellery. It's that stock up your price, stock up your stash, stock up on the deals you need to make. Goody gumdrops with this findings pack. £7.95. POAZ 68. Now, if you are new to Jewellery Maker, findings are these. Not like when I first found Jewellery Maker and thought findings were things that people had found on the floor. Genuinely, that's what I thought. I thought they were like, oh yeah, and you get all these findings. And I was like, yeah, I'm always finding buttons and things like that on the floor, always. It's not. It's your essentials, such as your fastenings, it's your connectors, it's things that hold things together. That's what you're getting in here, all of those goodies. And you're gonna need these on your designs. To be honest, unless you've got memory wire, pretty much everything else you're going to be working with to create, you're going to need some fastenings, aren't you, Fiona?
Yeah, absolutely. You really do need them. Yeah.
What do you use most of your, which finding do you use most of in your designs generally?
Oh, you can't do without crimp beads.
Yeah.
And if I do crimp beads, I like to use crimp covers because I think it gives it a really nice finish. And I use an awful lot of the toggle clasps. I love the toggle clasps.
How fab is the heart toggle clasp? I absolutely love this. The twisted heart.
We do, yeah, they're so different. We do quite a lot of different toggle clasps, and the way that the finest packs have been changing, we've just got lots of different ones, and it just rings the changes and just keeps it fresh.
It gives you something different, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And I was saying this the other day, when you have to go into a craft shop, a lot of the time you can either buy really small amounts of something or really large amounts. So for example, you can either buy 2 toggle clasps or you have to buy 100 toggle clasps. With this, you don't get that, and you get a little bit of everything. If I wanted to buy all of these things, I would have to buy essentially, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, about 12 different products, different packs. But this all comes together.
Well, it's good, and when you have them with a kit, you can easily make at least 2 pairs of earrings, generally a couple of bracelets and a couple of necklaces, because you've got a metre of chain, and the chain is absolutely stunning.
It is beautiful. It's the twisted oval that we're working with, and it's a 3x2 links on there as well. You've got loads, and I really like these new earring findings, you know, the curved ones.
And me, yeah.
And you
like
worked with these on
before. I love those, and I also like the little ones that you can get with the flowers on.
Oh, they're adorable too,
yes. So really gorgeous.
They are fab, aren't they? So 100 pieces you're getting in here, $7.95. It's a bargain. POAZ 68 for you today. How about adding some strands to this? Ooh. These are beautiful. What's my price on these? I thought it was. You are not going to believe this. Now this is your Baroque pearl. Now these are your straight drilled, and they are 11 by 10 mil. This gorgeous champagne colour, perfect for bridal. Now I'm going to read you something to do with the size of pearls, because honestly, as soon as I knew what price this was going to be, I was totally shocked. So this is just from our little book of gemstones, the encyclopedia that's written by Steve Bennett, of course, the founder of the company. You'll get some of these sometimes. If you do orders, you'll get some of these. This is the one from pearls. I just want to read you a little section. It says, generally speaking, the bigger the pearl, the bigger the price. Up to 7 mil, the price of pearls raises at quite a linear pace. But once you're above 7 mil, bearing in mind ours are 11 by 10, the price is set to escalate out of control. If you're looking at pearls over 10 mil, which we are, then prepare for a big price tag indeed. Until today, take all of that, minus all of that out, because you are getting these whoppers, all of them over 10 mil, because they're 11 by 10. Your price is minimal, £7.95 for totally natural pearls. That price is exceptional. I remember saying to you in November that 2014 was all about the pearls, wasn't it? And I was completely and absolutely correct, wasn't I? Of course, Karl Lagerfeld, who's taken over control of Chanel now, he put out, he had an interview around October, November last year and said, 2014, it's all about the pearl. We're going to go back to basics. We're going to go back to the Coco Chanel name. Of course, Coco, synonymous with pearls. In fact, when she moved to Paris, which I'm sure was around 1911, she couldn't actually afford real pearls. She was working with plastic pearls. But Karl Lagerfeld with Chanel this season has gone back to pearls such a big way. Have you seen all of the fashion catwalks for Chanel this year? There are women strewn in pearls, and even the fabrics they're using, there's a lot of silks that almost have this pearlescent effect to them. This is such a fab and fashion forward strand today of massive, huge, sizable Baroques. That book said, be prepared for a high price tag indeed if you're above 10 mil. We are, but that isn't a high price tag, is it? £7.95, FUPO 48. I would be getting myself a couple of these, to be honest. I genuinely would be getting myself a few of these. They're great for bridal, but they're also great for vintage because they've got a bit of a mix in there. And do you know what? Actually, I've got 2 pearls coming up for you in a little bit. Ooh, that's designer inspiration. They're coming up in a bit. In fact, I'm having a look in my box. I've got loads of pearls today. I've got 5 strands in total. And do you know what? Why is that lucky? We're talking about Chanel. Who knows? Correct. Chanel's favourite lucky number is the number 5. She would always do her fashion shows on the 5th of the month. In her fashion show, she would have 5 different themes, and of each theme, she would have 5 different pieces. She would have 5 staple models that she had every single time. When she wore pearls, she would wear 5 strands, and her Coco Chanel, number 5. She thought it was the luckiest number to work with. And you've got 5 strands of pearls. Be a bit of a Coco Chanel today then. Be a bit Coco Chanel. £7.95 for you today. Now, something really special for you today. Very special. This is your solar quartz. I said something the other day which I don't think my producer loved that much. I said that I don't really like solar quartz. Now, no, I know you're not meant to say that, but I like to be complete, straight and honest. I said it's not really my favourite until Laura Binding gave me a piece that she'd wire at, and I was rifling around in my bag in my car, and I just caught it and I pulled it out. Have you taken solar quartz outside? Honestly, not even an exaggeration. You know opalescence, the colour play, the spherical spheres, you get that with solar quartz, but you can't see it until you're outside. I said that on TV the other day, and someone actually messaged in and said, I've had this piece of solar quartz in my stash for about 3 weeks, and I haven't even used it yet. I've just, as you've said that, Becky, I've just taken it to the window, it's come to life. I need to get myself more of this solar quartz. Genuinely, it's something you cannot pick up underneath these lights. But the way I'll describe it is, around the edges, it's a really dense, really high shine glitter with rainbow colours, but genuinely you can only see it in natural light. And then as it goes into the centre, it sort of ripples. Have you seen it outside, Fiona?
I absolutely love solar quartz. I've got it in the white variety and I've got it in the watermelon variety. And I just love the fact that you can see the way that it's grown and developed in the earth because of the centre, can't you? And it just sort of like radiates, the light radiates from the centre, doesn't it?
It really does, doesn't it? Honestly, if you've never had a go with solar quartz, or perhaps you've looked it on screen and you've done what I've done when I first looked it on screen, and when I looked it under these lights, I thought, it's nice, there is something about it that's really interesting. But I want more from it. If you've thought of that before, get this strand now and take it outside with you, because honestly, you will be dropping your jaw. I could not believe it. Now, it is a beautiful solar quartz. It's been on air twice. 100 carats. How did you feel about the price of the pearls? How do you feel about it again? Your price today for these, £7.95. Now it's white, so it's going to go with absolutely any colour you can imagine, isn't it? What about these purple pearls I've got coming up in a bit? What about one of Martha's favourites? Bit of chalcedony. Oh, they all go together, don't they? What would you think of doing with this strand, lovely Fiona?
Well, on my Facebook page, you'll see what I've done with that strand. Only mine was the watermelon variety.
Oh, I love the watermelon.
I did it, and I had wire, because you know I always do wire somewhere, and I did a slight bit of wire weaving here that was neat, and then I did 5 circles, and then hung the top drilled solar quartz from the centre of each circle so that the wire framed it. And then I did some wire gizmos and wrapped the gizmo coils around in between each of the circles of solar quartz.
Yeah, I
And
love
I'll still
that.
do that again.
I think that's a really great idea. I'd probably give that a go as well. It's yours today, £7.95 for you. How do you feel about a strand of your Sagenitic quartz today? Have a little look. Now, Sagenitic quartz is sometimes referred to as strawberry quartz. However, it's not. This is not that. A lot of the time it is referred to as strawberry quartz, but that is not what this is, because strawberry quartz is a faux version of this gemstone. A strawberry quartz is actually made out of synthetic material. This is genuine. This is a genuine gemstone here. Now, the Sagenitic quartz, it has the rutilation inside, and the rutilation has got this pink tone to it, which is so exciting. If you're not sure what rutilation is, it's essentially these almost hair-like fibres that just glitter internally within this. Now, when you look at them, you might think, oh, I can see that colour's on the surface, but that's just due to where you are situated. When you actually get this home, you'll be able to see that these little darts of pink colour go through at different angles. They're going into the gemstone, they dart out of the gemstone. It's got this gorgeous undulating movement of all of these fibres internally. The lovely thing with this quartz strand as well is, well, I absolutely adore the shape of it, I have to say. Let's have a look at this just as is. I think that's beautiful. You don't have to do a lot of work with this, you really don't. The one main thing I adore about this strand is the colour. It is pink, but it's that kind of dusky, vintage, it's not imposing pink, is it? You know Cath Kidston, her designs, it's that sort of pink. You know, the muted kind of dusky, it's not over the top, which means, and let's face it, not everyone loves very, very feminine, bright poppy pinks. You've got the femininity there, but it's not too in your face, is it, Fiona?
It's almost like sort of crushed raspberries.
Yes.
But crushed raspberries mixed with sort of, I don't know,
Yeah,
ice
it
cream, like
does.
you would do in an Eton mess type thing, you know.
Yeah, I love
And you
that.
just get that very soft colour, but it's the cool raspberry tones to me.
Oh, I really fancy an Eton mess now.
I do now.
Oh, I love an Eton mess. That's very festive. That's very this season, isn't it? Your price today for this gorgeous strand is just £9.95 for you today. This is lunacy. Even if you just use it as that necklace as I did then, just pick out some of your spaces. Did you get that findings pack? You know, you've got the spaces, the rondelle shapes in the gold. Even if you just pump in them in the middle, a little bit of chain at the back, you're done there. Ain't no way you'd be charging anywhere near £9.95 for it. You've done it in moments. You could charge for that, what, 20, 25, 30 pounds, but it's just costing you £9.95. What would you think of doing with this, Fiona?
I like it as it is, and I think what I would do is get some of the really nice spacer beads that we have and just put a spacer bead between each one, and then put some chain or some cord at the back and single down, get one of the smaller ones. In fact, probably take the two outer ones off the end,
Yeah.
for a pair of earrings, and then just leave the others as they are, but put in genuine some of our nice spaces between them.
Yeah, I think that's a funky idea.
Because it forms a collar on its own, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
And collars are still very in, aren't they?
Oh, they're so,
very in
so
spring.
7 by 6 to 30 by 6 mil on these, and they're just £9.95. If you hadn't had this before, give it a go today. Now, one more quick bundle I've got chance before we head over to lovely Fiona. I have got for you these Kappa beads. They are fantastic. I've got 7 of these ones, which almost look like the old school blancmange moulds. Kind of the top of a bauble. Martha, do you still have one of those? Wow, still have one. It was your mum's. Oh, I love that. I love a good blancmange mould. Aren't they fab? Circa 1960, of course, isn't it? Shaped jelly. Now this to me looks like the cap of a bauble a little bit as well, doesn't it? So these are your gem caps. So if I show you with this pearl, what you can do with these is you simply just pop it on top, like so. And it's as simple as that, and of course you can strand through it. That as a pair of earrings is actually so Chanel, isn't it? Isn't it? But you can use it as well as in any way you wish, to be honest. You can use it just on top, you can use it either side to encapsulate, and then you've also got these ones which I always think look a bit like snowflakes. Take a look, you're going to be getting 7 of these. 7 of these ones. These are all 925, by the way. These are your 7mm. You've got 7mm. Hang on. Yes, these are your 7mm, your little ones, 7 of those. And you've got 5 of the other blancmange looking ones, which is 9.5mm on those. If you do wish to change the name of this next time, you know, to blancmange mould, feel free. You know, I'm not gonna say you can't. 925, and they're gold plated for you today. What did you just say, Martha? Maybe someone's had blancmange today. I'm pretty sure that after the 70s, you're not allowed to have blancmange anymore, are you? Message in if you have had a blancmange today. Oh, I cannot think of the last time I had a blancmange. Are you not a blancmange fan?
I'm not a blancmange fan, no. Really not. Jelly, yeah, blancmange. Ooh, no,
it's a type of jelly for the people that don't know, but it's made with milk. Blancmange. Your price today for 5 of the large 9.5mm, 7 of the 7mm, the price is going to be crashed. LEGC 49. The price today is just no way under £10. £9,095 for you on these ones today. They go beautifully together, and actually with the blancmange ones, even if you didn't want to put a gemstone in the middle, have a little look. What about them just on top of each other like this? You've made yourself a little spacer. You don't have to use them as bead caps. You can. But there's loads you can do with these. You can throw them across the studio if you want to. It's totally up to you. It's totally up to you. £9,095. Leg C49. Now, how do you feel about getting your hands on some designer inspiration now? This kit is huge. I mean, it is massive. And the piece we're creating, I just can't even describe it to you. It's fab. It's fab. Let's start with the polymer. Hey, there's a colour I've never seen in here. What's that called? Turquoise. Oh, what an unusual name. Not seen that one before. 57 grams of each of these. So you've got your turquoise colour. Isn't that stunning? Mike,
yeah.
Would you wear this colour?
Yeah, maybe. It's not. Hi.
That's Mike.
Yeah, you know,
Cameraman Mike. What would you do with it, Mike, with this colour?
I think it's quite a neutral colour.
Yeah.
So it works for guys.
Love it. Works for guys. Goes with your shoes as well, my love.
Yeah.
You've also got in here your grey granite. Now, these are accents. If you see accents on, see the section here, that means that there's something added to it to give it an effect. So this one is the granite effect that you've got in here with these little darts of your jet colour through there. You've also got an accented, beautiful, frosty white. Now, if we zoom in on this, I think you'll be able to spot the accent quite quickly. Can you see all the pieces of glitter? Now, what you're not seeing at home, and the reason you're not seeing this at home is because of the camera lenses, because there's so many different layers of glass, essentially, through the camera lens. At each point, certain colours are muted and you can't see them as well. So you can't see it on this, but each piece of this colour, the glitter itself is pinks, blues, there's whites in there as well. It's not just one colour, it's really pretty. You've got another granite, and this one is your dark grey granite. Hang on, they're the same. Yeah, they're the same. You've got 2 packs of those granite. Oh, that's useful. You've got your écru as well, which is possibly my favourite. And one that honestly, at home, you guys cannot get enough of this. This is one of our star performers, translucent. Now, translucent, when this dries, it will get this clear effect to it. It's almost got this waxy, transparent effect, which means you can actually inlay things into this, and you can still see through it, which is just fab. Not stopping there. You've got your mica powders, which I love. Now, these mica powders, if you put them on pre-bake, they actually intensify. Oh, yes. Yes, intensify. They intensify as you bake them. And you've got in here the blush and you've got the light gold. If I show you, you get a real feel for them. Don't they look beautiful? Those just go on your polymer. We'll show you how to use them in a bit, actually. You've got, not even close to finished. You've got a findings pack as well, and this is in your antiques bronze colour. Now, this is our new antiques bronze colour, isn't it? So this is the rose gold, sorry. This is the one that we've sent away to get colour matched. We sent this away to get colour matched to our wire. So it's just a spot on match, which is great if you are into wire work. And you've got copper coloured wire. 1.25, which is the second strongest that we do, 10 metres, and you've got your 0.4, and that's 10 metres of that as well. Design inspiration, wire and polymer necklace. The price should be £38.45 if you were to purchase this all separately, but it's nowhere near that today. It's truly a great saving for you. Your price is a tiny £27.95 for you. 20 of wire, 2 sets of mica, 2, 4, 6 polymer, and a findings pack with 115 pieces for just £27.95 today. That is a special, special deal. Now, what we're doing for you today is we're going to offer you all of the goodies you need in 2 parts. And that means that you can get all of the essentials here now, that code that's just gone, all of this, you can get all of that for the £27.95 price tag. And then if you want to, if you need to get your hands on some pearls, you can purchase them as well right here. I showed you these before. You have got 2 beautiful strands. Take a look. Gorgeous white bridal pearls. 7 by 9 mil on these potato pearls. Perfect rounds. 10 mil. Fiona, tell me what you said about these earlier on, please. Can you remember? You did. And when we were talking about how they were to work with, you sort of looked like you were going off into a distant daydream.
I was going into a daze with these. Both of these strands are the most beautiful pearls, and they're just wonderful to work with. I adore pearls anyway, but these are just something else.
Aren't they? They're so beautiful. Now, we know that to get perfect rounds, we're talking high price.
Yeah.
We know that anyway, because it's such a phenomenon for Mother Nature. It's such a crazy, crazy effect. So the fact that you've got the pearl rounds in here at that hefty size is special. These are your cultured pearl duo. The price for designer inspiration is not going to be that. $34.90 if you were to buy these separately. That's your discount code, TKGC57. That's a discount code until 9 o'clock. That is a valid discount code. If you type that in, you're going to get these 2 for just, oh, graphics, you silly little pudding. How do you feel about extra little cheeky pound off? £26.95 on this today. What a whopping saving. What do you think about that?
Absolute bargain.
Yeah.
Because they're stunning. They are absolute. I worked with pearls last week And I thought they were stunning, but these are just, they really are something. I absolutely love them.
The
I can't tell you how
pearlescence
much.
is exceptional as well, isn't it?
Absolutely, they catch the light. I mean, just look at them. They catch. These are what are left.
Gosh, you had a lot left.
And I mean, they're just, and there's hardly any sort of marks and things on them. They're just lovely. And then these as well, and they work together. They just catch the. Oh, love them.
Should have been closer to £35. You're getting it for £26.95. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Unlucky for some. You're going to have to start checking out your baskets for me, guys. Really, really important. And honestly, you are about to fall in love. Take a look at what we're going to be making today. Oh my goodness. So you were telling me before, tell me again your inspiration with this.
The inspiration came, well, when JM started to bring the pearls back on a few weeks ago, I thought I really want to work with some of these pearls.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, well, what can I do that is different? What hasn't been done? What haven't I seen has been done before? So I started looking at images on the internet.
Yeah.
And I started reading an awful lot more about pearls and realised that they come in lots of different ways. And not just I'm trying to think of the name of the shell, the oyster shells that they normally get. I looked and I saw the mollusk shell and I saw this absolutely gorgeous photograph, and it was just, well, earthy, but obviously they come from the sea. But
yeah, I know.
they were really organic, and the roughness of the outside of the shell, and it opens up with this beautiful pearl inside, and the pearlescence of the inside of the shell. And you just think nature is absolutely wonderful.
Amazing.
That's what I want to do. So I thought that's how it sort of started. So I thought, well, I'll try and use that as an inspiration. It doesn't look exactly like a mollusk shell, but it was my inspiration. And then, well, what can I do with it? And then I was sort of thinking of the swirling seas and how the sea sort of brings some, it swirls all round and creates little rock pools, and we get lots of different sort of pebbles and things that the sea offers us up, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
So that was it. It's my piece from the sea.
How stunning. You're getting it today. It should have been closer to £35. You're getting it for £26.95 on the pearls today. Hello, Edwina, Trudy, Leslie as well, Sandra, Eliza. It's so important you check out, because I'm getting into lower numbers than we would like on this. So really important you check out those baskets. Don't sit and look and enjoy. Make sure they're yours by clicking to check out today. Where are we starting, lovely lady?
Right, we're going to start with the polymer clay, and so that we can also have time to see how we start the construction of the necklace, I've already mixed my clays. Now, if you look at the one on the left, these are the colour mixes that I've used. So these are the clays as they come out of the packet. So we've got 1 part ecru, 1 part turquoise and 1 part translucent. And mixed together, it forms this lovely sort of aqua blue.
So by moulding all of these together, this is the look you get. Crazy. Okay, lovely, jubbly.
And then the second, so that's going to be used for the inside of the shell. And then we've got 1 part translucent, 1 part granite, 1 part ecru, and half a part of glitter.
Okay.
And that mixes together to make that colour there.
Beautiful. I love how you can make your own. That's so fab.
I've done that because I wanted, when you look at the outside of the shells, they're not smooth. They've got lots of bits in them.
Yeah, loads of texture, quite a bit of sand on them and stuff.
So that's where I'm starting. So I'll just put those to the side, and I'm going to do the outside first.
Yeah.
I'm using some foil to do the shape. And then I got an elongated bead, an elongated rice bead, and press that into it, again to get the shape there.
Okay.
So I'm just going to use, with the blade the right way around.
And is this...
So I've already mixed this up. I'm going to start on a number 3, and I'm going to take this right down to a number 9. So I want it really fine, really
fine. And that's why it's got almost that fabric appearance then, is it?
Yes. And this is the outside of the shell, but what you'll see me do as I take it down, and I am actually going sort of through the sizes a couple at a time, and I'm now going to take it down to the last one, which is the 9. and leave a little bit on the roller as well.
Okay.
Okay, and I am then going to take one of the
the big
fat
daddy-os.
pads. I love these. I love these
love
fat daddy-o
those.
cutters, and I'm going to use 2 different sizes. That one and that one, and I'm going to cut around the edge. But if you look, this is because it's very, very fine on the tile. It's not flat, and I don't want it to be flat. That's absolutely fine as it is. And then I've got a little bit of a squirty bottle. It's just, all this is just a clear bottle, and I'm squirting it with water.
And those are the types of ones that you get from
High street chemists.
High street chemists.
And they come in packs of 5.
And
to
often
do
it's
travel,
for take on
yeah.
your hand luggage, isn't it? So it's
But
just a
it's
little
really
squirty
good because
bottle.
what I'm going to do is use a piece of really heavy duty sandpaper as my texture
Fab.
at the back. And obviously we're working with a very, very fine piece of clay, and I didn't want that to stick to the sandpaper and not come off at all. And obviously I did that because I learnt by experience.
Of course you did. Of course, in fact, there
So-
seems to still be a little bit stuck here.
There is. And I'm going to lay that on the inside.
So we're doing that sandpaper purely for texture.
It's purely for texture, laying that on the inside. Quite happy with all these little bits that are sitting on it as well. And then I'm going to do the same again, so another quick squirt, but it does dry off very, very quickly.
Especially in these lights.
Scrunch that on there. Now it's ripped. Again, that ripped on me because it's very, very fine. If you look at the pictures of the mollusks shells,
Yeah.
you'll see that happens as, you know, you've got bits that are ripped, almost ripped off. It's been
Ripped and
bashed off it
torn,
by the
aren't
sea.
they? Yeah, where they've been bashed.
So it's fine again on there. Now this time, as I lay that one in,
Yeah.
I actually want the texture to be showing to me. 'Cause
So
if
I
you,
see.
again, because the shell itself, it's sort of very, very flaky. The outside is very, very flaky, and that is enough of that one. Okay, so then I'm just going to dry the tile off,
Okay.
and we're going to go to the second mix of colour. And
It's that
this
beautiful
one,
mixed colour.
I'll just cut a little bit off. With this one, I'm going to take this one down to about a number 7. But I always start on around about, well, it depends how thick it is. I've started off on a number 3, take it down to a 5, and then take it down to a 7.
So again, relatively thin we're going on
Yeah.
this, aren't we? But I
And
suppose
again-
because you're layering, it doesn't matter, does it? There's no,
No,
it's not likely to break.
It
or
isn't, and
snap.
I've only sort of sprayed that there because obviously with the heat of the studio,
Yeah.
it is going to stick, and this is very, very fine now. Give it another little bit of a squirt. Just go over it with the paper and mop up the excess very gently with your kitchen towel. And then we're going to get the mica powders out.
That's my favourite.
I absolutely adore mica powders. I think it's one of the best inventions. I really
I love
do.
mica powders. Don't forget you're getting 2 of those mica powders
Right.
in that kit as well.
And I'm going to dab my finger in one.
This is the blush.
This is the blush. And then I'm going to dab it in the next one
And the
because I want them to
gold.
mix together. Tapping it off, and then I'm just gently rubbing it and tapping it. And it
And
might
that's to
have a
give
little
it-
bit more of the blush. Because if you think of what the inside of the shell is like,
It's
you've
got that mother
sheen,
of pearl essence
but
effect,
you have
hasn't
still,
it?
the inside of the shell has still got good colour.
Yes, you're right.
So we're not taking away from that
No.
at all. And I'm screwing those back on because as with the flakes, if we don't, it can go everywhere. And they're
If
too
you knock
gorgeous, too gorgeous to,
Too gorgeous.
to lose.
If you like me,
So
they will go everywhere.
I'm going to just gently tap
And why are
off
we
the
brushing
excess.
that off?
I just wanted to make sure I'd got the excess off there
And
because I
you can
didn't want too much.
see-
And you can see where we've put. Can the overhead pick that up? It's just
Absolutely.
slightly dimpled.
Where you've got the dimples, the mica is actually pooled in. It's
pooled.
not the air bubbles, it's the actual
pooled.
dints made by the sandpaper, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fab.
And now I'm going to cut. Oops, I've gone down one size on the Fat Daddy-O
I've
now.
got these fat daddy-os coming up tomorrow.
Right, so cut that one out, and I'm basically done with that now because we're only just going to do one.
Okay.
And now what I'm going to do, if we look at the shape that we've got inside here now, we can see that we've got the layers. And again, these layers aren't meeting. Again, I don't know if we can quite pick that up, but we've got different layers going on. So we've got the outside one that's slightly concertinaed.
Yeah.
And then the inside one, we've still got the texture from the sandpaper.
I see that.
And what I'm going to do now is just slightly pull this out, because obviously we have gone down a size. And I just want to then gently slot that into there.
So you want to be able to see the shell colour overlapping almost, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And that is then how I'll put that in the oven, and I'll bake that. I did mine for about 20 minutes.
Okay.
Because it isn't even 1/4 of an inch thick.
And what temperature is that?
About 130, I think it is.
Test it out in your oven
Yeah,
at home,
test
of
it
course.
out. And when it comes out of the oven, here's one I made earlier. In fact, here's two I made earlier, because I did different
show
sizes
off.
to try. So these are the ones that I did earlier.
That's stunning.
Ooh, they've fallen out already.
Beautiful? Oh my goodness,
But-
that feels fabulous.
On these two,
Yeah.
what I haven't done is done the extra. I did the 2 layers together,
Yeah.
and it was afterwards that then I decided, well, actually, what I really want is to have more of a texture on the back.
The overlapping
So,
texture.
which is why on the necklace and on the bracelet, you'll see that it is overlapping. It's overlapping a lot more.
So the one on the necklace you can see we've overlapped, and it has got that beautiful natural organic effect of the overlapping, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And on these ones we haven't. So you can do 2 different looks
So you
depending
can
on your
absolutely
style.
just however you want to do it.
Fab.
So if I then just move the tile away, we've imagined that that's been nicely baked, it's come out of the oven, it's been cooled, and we're now going to start creating the necklace. So if you bear with me, I'm just going to move the tile out of shot.
Just whilst you're there, I just want to remind you that all of the goodies you're getting in your bundle, because there's loads of you loving this, because you have so much. 6 of your polymer clays, including 2 granites, 1 of your glittery whites, your ecru, your transparent and your turquoise. You've also got 20 metres worth of wire, 0.4 and your 125, 2 mica powders in the blush and the light gold, and 115 piece bindings pack, £27.95. And don't forget the pearls too. Fiona fell in love, you at home have fell in love, because I've not got that many as I would like left. Your price today, 50% of my stock's gone on these. That doesn't surprise me.
Doesn't me either.
You might not have a chance to get him.
I know.
Oh,
I
no.
just can't tell you just how they're just beautiful. I could go on about them forever. Come out with every beautiful.
Could
kind
you?
of- Yeah, I really could.
3 words, Fiona, to describe the pearls.
Stunning, beautiful, classy,
Stunning, beautiful
can I
and
have a fourth
classy.
word?
Very much like yourself. Go on.
timeless.
Timeless. Oh, you're a cheeky one, you are. Can I have an extra word? What do you think this is? Your price
You gotta
today
try.
for these cultured duo. It was £26.95, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Discounted massively. It was meant to be closer to £35, wasn't it? £26.95 is your price today. TKGC 57 for you. Great, so you've got your wire ready.
So I've got my wire ready, and this is the 1.25mm wire, and I'm taking off about 60 metres.
Yes.
No, I'm not taking off 60 metres.
60
centimetres, 60 centimetres.
Yeah, just over half a metre.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm going to obviously just trim that down. If I can see where I've put the cutters. They're behind me.
I'd love to be a ventriloquist.
You do that with me.
Oh my
Right.
gosh, that's amazing. I'm so good at this. Anyway.
Right, and I'm obviously, you know, we all, when we're wire working, we've got to straighten the wire, we've got to sort of just warm it up and soften it so that we can get it how we want it to be, and it just goes into its own natural arc.
Okay, yeah.
Okay? I'm then going to take the chain nose pliers or the flat nose pliers and roughly get in the middle and hold it, and then I'm going to bend that back on itself. And what
I
we're
see.
doing there is just forming the V. If we look at the necklace, we've got a pearl that's hanging off the V. So we're going to create the V there, and it's crossing over like that. Well, obviously now what I want to do is bring it out, and I want to do it roughly there. So I'll just start to bend it just to encourage it, and then I'm just teasing it out really with my thumb and index finger just to get a nice curve forming.
Okay. So you're
And
really not pulling on that,
I'm
you're
not
always
pulling
just
on it.
guiding it,
Yeah.
aren't you?
And really you're just doing it because you're just slightly altering the movement of your hand.
Yeah.
And just keep bringing that round until you get roughly where you're. And if you also notice, I'm only doing about the first. After I've gone up about 1.5 inches, so about what, 7 centimetres.
Yes,
I'm not very
about
good on
this section here.
This section here.
Yeah, it's about 7 centimetres.
7 centimetres, and then I'm just teasing up about, I don't know, another 10 centimetres just to get that curve, and that's roughly about the right shape.
I see.
But having done that, I also want to trim it, and I'm going to trim it by eye.
So once you've done the 10 centimetre curve, you're kind of chopping at the top of that, really, aren't you?
Just to try and get that nice and even. So we're looking at that now.
Fab.
Because the way that I'm having that sitting is that we're going to finish it at around about the collarbone, and then the rest is going to be chain.
Fab.
Okay. Now, this is where we're just going to get a little bit noisy, because we just want to work hard on this, and it is important to work hard on it, because what we're going to do is use more of the 1.25mm wire, and that's going to give us the coils and the curls that go round
the wave-like effect.
So we need to make sure that we've got this nice and firm.
Brilliant. Okay.
So I'm sorry, but this is going to just get slightly noisy.
Don't worry, that's fine.
And as we're sort of doing it with the chasing hammer, we're just moving it down slightly, moving it away from you. So I don't want to crush it, I just want to work hard on it.
So why are you brushing in it in that way?
Because it moves it down the wire.
Okay.
And it sort of keeps the shape as well. I'm just going to turn that round, go up the fire end, and then the same with that one.
Okay. So that's just strengthening it, and it's also giving it a really nice appearance, actually, isn't it?
It is. Although what I did was I kept all the hammering on one side.
On the back?
On the back.
Okay.
You're not going to see very much of the wire, but I decided that I didn't want the hammer marks to show through. This is purely functional.
Fab.
What we're doing at the moment is functional. So we've got that in there, that was the shape, and I don't have something to shape it on at home, so I just usually sort of put it up around my own neck.
So you get an idea.
Is that sort of sitting right? Is it roughly in the right place? Have I left enough? Do I need to trim any more off?
You want to leave a spiral space, don't you?
Yes. So that to me is absolutely fine. We then, to do the 2 side bits, we're going to take 2 separate pieces of wire, and we're going to coil it round, and then we're going to bring it over to the other side. So that's the bit that we'll do next.
So that's your 125 again?
That's 125 again, and again I'm taking about 1/2 metre.
Okay.
Maybe a generous 1/2 metre, because you never quite
maybe 55
know.
centimetres.
You never quite know how big the coils and the swirls are going to be.
Until you're playing.
No, and there's nothing worse than getting so far through a design and then you haven't quite got enough.
Because the thing is with this wire, because it is the thick, stronger wire, it's near impossible to add on, really, isn't it?
You can't.
The smaller gauges is fine, but with this one, it's definitely better to have more than less.
So we've got that as we are there, and I'm going to start at the top.
Okay.
So on here, I'm moving my finger down about 2.5 centimetres, and I'm going to just, using the round nose pliers, just bend that back on itself.
I see.
And the reason I'm doing that is because I just want to get some purchase on there. So my wire then is going to sit, the necklace wire is going to sit in between that V that I've just created.
Okay.
And then holding it, I'm just bringing this round and pulling it in and wrapping it round on itself. We don't quite know where it's going to go because it does sort of tend to have a bit of a mind of its own.
Do you just let it do its own thing?
I just didn't, all the time I've just let it do its own thing.
Wow.
That one, once it's on, I've decided, well, that's a bit too big, so I might just want to pull that in a little bit more.
Yeah.
And then as I get nearer to the centre, I've done smaller coils.
So you don't need this to be the same on each side then?
No, it's going to be completely different.
That's my kind of wire work.
Right, when you get down to this centre bit, hold it with your finger, and I am now going to wrap it round quite tight on itself.
Yeah.
And I'm bringing it back across to the other side, and that's where that's going to stay.
That looks stunning.
And then I'm going to see where each of these coils are going in shot, and I want to bring that wire back round on itself because I don't want that to move off from where it is now. That's coming up and it's leaning this way, so that's where I'm going to squash it.
So it's flattening it down to the neckline.
Yeah, but I'm not using my pliers, I'm using my fingers and the pressure from my fingers and hand because I don't want it to be completely flat. I can see I've got a crossover there, so I'm holding that against my finger to get some pressure, and then just folding that flat as well, and then again using both fingers. So you're never going to get the same thing twice.
No.
Never going to get it twice. That one, well, that one could really go either way, couldn't it? It could come back or it could go down.
Go down.
So I think what I may do is just flatten that in like that.
I like it that way because it gives it a beautiful different swirl effect, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then just sort of, you can then just tease it and play with it and see where it's going to go.
Okay.
I want to then do the same with the other side, but obviously for time we'll just concentrate on the one side. Now this here now is going to form the cradle into which the shell is going to sit.
I see.
Okay.
Yeah.
So looking at that there, I do want a little bit of a V left because I do want to be able to have a pearl dangling off the bottom.
Okay.
But I'm looking on the back where it's coming to. I'm showing you, but I should be showing camera. Sorry.
It's all right.
Sorry, everybody.
Probably doesn't help that I'm getting in so close. That I see.
Okay, and I'm holding the shell, and I'm bending it across the back, and I'm bringing it round on itself.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use that and loop that very tightly in to there, and that is going to stay there until I've done the other side as well. Because if we look on, if I can just get to move over to this one, you just see halfway up on either side, you've got a little tight coil gone in the middle. And once we've got the side completely sort of how we want it to be, I then decide where that's going to go and I coil it in and bring it over.
Brilliant.
And it just gives us that finish. So the next thing that I then did was decide that, well, we want to get some pearls into here.
Yes, it'd be rude not to when you've got so many on there, isn't it?
So we'll take a few of each size, and
they're coming in on your screen at the moment.
And
graphics, yeah, brilliant.
So I had that roughly sitting down and thought, right, okay, where are we going to go? So I think we'll have a big pearl in there, but I might want one of the smaller pearls in there, and I might actually want to have two in there.
Oh, I love that.
And then
Fiona, I can't wait to get home and try this. I'm so excited.
We'll have another big one there, and I think we've just got room for a nice little one in there. And I did this because I roughly wanted to know where I was going to go with it.
Okay.
So, and we'll get some of these wired on, and then I'm going to show you how we did the weave as well. We'll have another one just in there. But while they're sitting there and you're looking at it, you can then see all of these extra bits of wire going around, and what are we going to do with those? Yeah. So with the 10mm wire, no, with 0.4 wire.
Do you do that as well? Because it's 10 metres.
10 metres, and so I get completely confused.
I do that. 10mm wire.
With the 0.4mm wire, we will use that and go into some of these and create some nice wire wrapping. Okay?
Yes.
But nothing's going to go on there until the very, very end.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll pull off. Oh, I've nicely broken that, but there we go. That's me. Clumsiness personified. Okay, so I'm trimming some wire. I'm going to leave those sitting where they are.
Is that just as a little guide?
It's just as a guide to me, so that if I may knock them, but at least I'll know roughly where they're going to go.
That's clever.
So as we would normally do with any kind of wire.
Do you want me to move this out your way? Do you need this now?
No, that's finished now.
There you are. Get rid of that. No problem.
Well. Now, again, using the tail, as we always do, you've got to have something to give you a little bit of purchase to get your wire started.
Yep.
Now, what I've done here, you'll see I've actually got getting on for 1 metre of wire.
Oh yeah, you've got a length.
Now, the reason I've done that is, as I put the pearls on, so I've started with 3, I'll leave that on there, and I'm going to thread the first pearl on there now.
All right.
I left 1 or 2 of the ends hanging because I thought, well, if I'm putting that on and I don't want to join any more wire than I really have to, obviously I have knocked those flying, but we know where they're going. If you do that, it will just give you a way of thinking, well, when I've wrapped around that, I actually might want to just carry on around here and do a bit of weaving.
So you've got the option.
I've still got the option.
Brilliant.
And I don't usually trim it off until I know I've finished with it.
Done.
So
Great tip.
I've put the wire through the pearl, and I've then wrapped that round 2 or 3 times. I'm going to bring it up again now, and we're going to get another of those smaller pearls on that part. Okay, I've just got a bit of a kink. If you do get, we were talking about the kinks earlier.
Yeah.
Got a kink in that back bit. Use the tail end and just bring it back round, and that's gone out nice and smooth.
Gone, easy peasy.
And that little one that we sent off across the counter. Okay, we'll thread that one on, and I think we'll just have that one sitting. No, I don't quite like that position. And you can just play with these until you do get the position that you like. I'm going to actually bring that further along, and then take the wire back round and do that 2 or 3 times until you're sure that it's nice and secure. Now with that one, what I could do now is I could actually anchor that to this point, and I could do a little bit of a weave going through there.
Okay.
So I think I will do that, but having done that, I've already changed my mind about what I want to do with the pearls, and as you do.
Isn't that gorgeous though?
But you
that
can.
When you're creating this, you can go on a journey with the design.
Absolutely.
And something that in practice seems like good, in actually to do it, it just doesn't work. It doesn't feel organic. It doesn't feel right.
That just didn't feel, there was too big a gap, and I actually wanted more pearls on there. And I mean, you can see it's very different to the one I've done there. So you know, you could make loads of these, and no two would ever be the same. And that's, I think that's the beauty of
each piece
of each
completely
piece.
Unique.
And I'm just going back up and through. Do that 2 or 3 times. And I mean, this just goes on and on and on. If we finish this piece to see how I've done it, you'll then be able to carry on with the next, you know, with the rest yourselves. But at least we can get so far done.
Yeah.
Take that back through. My hands are quite slippy from holding the polymer clay. So I'm slipping. So I've got that one on there.
Yeah.
I am actually, just for the sake of what we're doing here, I am actually going to shorten that. Take that back through, and we'll just get a tiny bit of a weave going on now behind that. So we've gone down there, and this time we're going to come up through the inside.
And looping it through so that it's holding it.
Just looping it through, and it's holding it nicely.
Great.
And in doing that, I can carry on there and just take that round, and when I get to where the 2 wires are crossing here, I want to give it some strength.
Okay.
I want to secure it. And for some reason the wire's kinked on me again. You know, you can
because it's mischievous.
It is, and sometimes you can do 2 or 3 hours of wire weaving and never get a kink, and then other times, especially when you just don't want it to.
I genuinely think it's the lights in here though, because they're so hot, it's making the wire just react strangely.
And that's gone through there. Now, what I would do now, if we've got this nice piece of wire around here, you've got a nice sort of semicircle really there going on. I think what I would normally do then is carry on and do a basket weave.
Okay.
I might then carry on with the basket weave by thinking, well, actually, if I just pull that bit of wire in there, I can get a bigger basket weave.
You're going to be able to get a bigger space.
So what I might do then is think, well, actually, if I just put that through there and secure it, that's going to keep that
securing
out.
that axis, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it'll keep it in that position then.
It's going to keep it in that position.
So you don't have to fight.
And I can now use the whole of that length there and the whole of that curve
to basket weave.
Brilliant.
So you've got a great amount of space there for a really dramatic effect.
Absolutely. Now, do you want me to show you how I do that, or shall we go on and get the centre finished so that I can show you how to do the centre?
Do you want to get the centre finished, Martha says? Let's finish the centre.
Let's finish the centre. So, if you use your... I've got a very vivid imagination, so I hope all of you have too.
I'm sure.
Just imagine we've got another piece of wire coming out the other side, and you've got your little shell going on here. What I haven't brought with me...
I've just had a text in for you, hang on. Michelle in Greater Manchester, hello. She says, could Fiona explain how she attached the pearls to the shell, please? Looks absolutely fantastic.
Oh, thank you. I can. That's what we're going to do now. What I have forgotten to bring with me, in the large toolkit, we've got an awl.
Yep, we have indeed.
And I use the awl to poke 3 holes. Now this is I can show you, look, you can really bend this.
Yes,
so
really
I'm hoping without stabbing myself live
Please
on air.
don't stab yourself,
I'm
because
just
we
gonna-
know what you're
yes, it's-
like.
Yeah, you do.
You had a little trip and fall last time you were on, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
On your doorstep, of
Yeah.
all places, a doorstep.
I fell through the front door on the way just after last week's show and had a rather nasty cut on my
She
shin.
went to go and unlock the door, but your helpful husband's already opened it, so you sort of pushed and just went through, didn't you?
Caught my left foot on the doormat outside, and you know UPVC front doors have got like a metal strip that sticks up. Yeah, decided to make contact with my shin bone.
And where did you go after that?
I went to A&E for an hour or so, and I have to say everybody at the hospital were absolutely fantastic.
Oh, that's
and they
nice.
got me in and out within an hour, so that
That's
was
fab.
absolutely fantastic.
That's really good. So no stabbing or poking or
No
falling
stabbing,
today,
no.
please,
But I
Mrs.
had been looking forward very much to having a nice bottle of wine.
Oh, so you had to wait an extra bit of
I
time.
had to wait. Well, I didn't have to because I was on antibiotics.
Oh,
I
so you
couldn't-
weren't even
couldn't
allowed
have
a
it.
wine afterwards?
Right, let me show you there. I've put 3 holes using the round nose pliers. I don't know if that will pick up very well. There we go.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. I'm now going to feed through one of the holes my 0.4 wire. Just holding that on the back. I need a tail of probably about 4 inches because we're going to use that to wrap as well.
Okay.
Okay, I'm then going to put on, and I've used, I think, in the centre of mine, have I used all the round ones or have I used the smaller ones?
Rounds in here.
The rounds, so we'll put some rounds in. So put 1 round through, feed it down on your wire, hold that tail that's at the back, and this is a little bit fiddly, but what I'm trying to do is get the wire that the pearl is sitting on hidden. So I've tried to sort of, if I just pull that up, I've pulled the wire either side of the pearl.
Yes, I
Yeah.
see. So that you can't really see it when it's on the
yeah,
design.
because I just want to look to make it look as if they really are just sitting there in the shell, as if they'd been not created by me.
Mother Nature's creation, not
that's
Fiona
it, not
Potter's.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll pull that one through there, and that sits nice and neatly then. And you might see a little bit of the wire, but most of it is hidden.
It's hidden away, that's good.
And on the back, both of the wires are coming through the same hole.
Mm-hmm.
I'm now going to get the long piece of wire, and that's going to go up the central hole. And if you find, like I've just done, that the hole's closed up, just poke your round nose pliers or the oil through the middle and feed that one back up through the, so we're feeding the long one back up through the middle. Okay, and that's coming up. We'll get another round pearl and feed that on. They've got nice even drill holes as well, these pearls have. They are just stunners. And again, just try and get that wire to work around so that we can't see it very much. Do exactly what we did before. So it's going to go back down through the very same hole that we came up in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And now we've got 2.
I see, just sat there,
Yeah.
nuzzling together.
Nuzzling together, and I'm just going to do the last one, and then I can show you how we attach that to the V of the necklace.
Yep.
Sorry, this little hole doesn't want to stay open. If it could just stay open long enough for me, we'd be very happy, wouldn't we?
Yes.
Please.
Talk to it politely.
Just stay open nicely.
Stay where
Thank
you
you.
Isn't that nice?
See, I am saying thank you to it. And we'll get our third pearl. I mean, you can mix your pearls as much as you want to. For me, though, I just decided I liked all the same size
In the actual mollusk design.
So that sort of fitted. And I'm just looking at that one, and the wire on that one it's just coming out halfway up, so you're definitely going to see that. So I'm just moving the pearl along very, very slightly.
Yeah.
And then if that little hole has please stayed open for me.
You got it.
So
You
I've
got it.
Oh, I'm so delighted.
It's the little things, isn't it, Fiona?
It's the little things in life that please you most, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Okay, so we've got the mollusk shell, and we've got the pearl sitting in it, and we've got our 2 wires coming off the back. Now pick up your necklace frame and just play with it. Does it look better sitting that way?
Yeah.
Or does it look better sitting that way?
That way, I think.
That way.
Personally.
Okay, well, we'll go Becky's way today.
Okay.
Now, I'm holding it in place with my thumb on the front of the shell.
Yeah.
2 fingers on the back, and the shorter wire is coming out this side, and I am literally then going to take it up and take it around that frame, and I'm going to wrap it quite a few times. And even if you've got a great long piece of wire here, I advise you, please do not cut it at this stage,
just in case.
I did lots of other wraps with this as well.
Yeah.
I also took it down to the bottom and did a few more around there.
Lovely,
and we can
so
take
you
it off
can
and
add
show you.
on
And then
what you
change
need.
fingers, change hands, and do the same on that side.
I
and just
see.
poke it through. If I can just quickly wrap that on there.
Fab.
Just once.
Yeah.
more, and then we can turn it over and see how far, we'll leave it at that, see how we're getting.
I see.
But if you can make sure that before you actually put that on, you've done
woven
what you want on that side. Now, what I did, I got this wire on, and then I did the wire on the other side.
Yes.
Then laid out where I
Then.
wanted the pearls. Obviously, I changed it as I went along. When I'd got all the pearls on, then I did my various bits of weave,
I see.
and then I went down and put the central one on.
Central.
And then I just did just an ordinary round loop on here, and I joined 3 pieces of chain and a toggle clasp on the back to hold it so that it would sit nice and comfortably on the back of the neck.
So it's just the loop onto the chain here that you can see. Thank you so much, Fiona. Genuinely cannot wait, because I'm going to be having a go at this tonight. Fiona Potter it is on Facebook, isn't it?
Fiona Potter,
Good,
yes.
because I'm going to be driving you crazy with questions. You think I'm joking, but Laura Binding and Debbie Bulford both know. I have got some stamps here for your polymer. How fab
that's so
is this?
cute.
This is a totally gorgeous Easter themed peacock and chicken stampers. New, this peacock one, isn't it? I've not seen this before. What do you think of
I
that?
haven't seen either of those before. They're lovely, aren't they?
Isn't that gorgeous?
Yeah, absolutely.
So how would we use these?
Well, you can use them to press some texture into the clay, and then you can use mica powders or gleams or something over the top, or then you could bake it. If you haven't used the gleams, you could bake it, and then you could sort of rub some acrylic paints and things like that in.
Love that.
But what you could also do is, because, can I just have a feel?
Go ahead.
Of those? You've got a really nice sort of texture on here.
Yeah.
So what you could also do is actually stamp, put some ink on, you know the stamping inks that you can get?
Yeah, yeah.
You
For like
could
card
actually,
making.
Yeah, for card making, you could do those, then you could stamp those onto your clay.
Love that. What a great
Have different
idea. They are fab. And the peacock one is great as well, isn't it? It's so high fashion, that's so in. And it always has been, actually. Not to name drop, but I wore a peacock dress to the Queen's Garden party, and Prince Charles said that I looked beautiful in it. He did indeed. Me and Charles, you know, pals. You have got your peacock feather and your chickens. Let's hope it's going to be cheap. £9.95. It is a bargain for you today. You've got the duo pack on here. Really fab to use, really easy to store. There's nothing to go wrong with it. Just clean it. Make sure you clean it.
They really are extra special, aren't they?
Oh! Fiona, that joke was foul. Oh! £9.95.
Chuck, chuck.
Oh, that is cracking. £9.95. KC, GC, 79. And finally, I want to show people these moulds as well. What are we using these moulds for?
They are, well, the face mould is absolutely brilliant with polymer clay.
Gorgeous, isn't it? Especially if you've got the ecru.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can use them with jewel enamel.
And resin.
The butterfly one I've used with resin. The only thing you have to watch with resin, if it's not got a shiny surface, then your resin won't be shiny.
I get you.
But what you can do afterwards is go over it with a very light coat anyway of clear resin.
Fab, to give it really high shine.
Give it a high shine.
I love this shape.
It's
Isn't
gorgeous.
that great for it? You could create your own caps and wire wrapping.
I had that in a kit a few weeks ago, and I'd never used jewel enamel before, and jewel enamel was in the kit. So I did it and I made some of those and then had those coming off. I think I did it with some chain, I think.
Martha's asking if you've got any conditioned polymer that we could use just to...
I have.
Ryan's just gone, well, it doesn't have to be conditioned, whatever. It has to be conditioned, Director Ryan, or else it'll crack. So, just so we can have a look at the face.
Yeah.
The great thing with these is they're dead strong. They're so strong, but they are malleable still. So even if you've really packed something in there, you just pop it out and it'll peel out for you. Let's get your price in for all three before the face becomes present. Should be £18.85, which is great,
It's a fab price
actually,
anyway,
because molds on the market, on the high street, expensive, especially this high quality. But today, your price is not £18.85, it's nowhere near. All three for you today, £12.95 for three of them. That's, what is that? £4.30 something each.
Yeah.
Isn't that fab?
That's amazing.
And they're going to last forever and ever and ever. You're going to be able to use them. Right, let's have a look at your face. Oh, it's beautiful.
It's not.
I didn't mean your face, Fiona. You know what I meant.
Right, I've rolled up a ball of the granite mix clay.
Yeah.
And I'm just pressing that in, and you just press and press and press, and don't worry if it's going out of shape, because it will spring back. Okay, and then if you've got excess on the top, which we have, just use your clay. I'm just going to move my fingers because we know my nature is, I'm just going to have an accident.
Yes, we do, and that'd be awkward as anything.
Especially, yeah, definitely.
I haven't got time to finish off your challenge for you.
I haven't got time to start it yet. There
Have
we
you
go.
not started it
No,
yet?
I've not started it yet.
Days. It's all right, you've got loads of time. 20 minutes you've got.
Great, you might get a ring. And then I'm just pop that back out. And just, I'm going to have to take that off because I can't
Yeah, go ahead.
do it the other way. And there's your face.
There he is. And doesn't he look like he's a little Easter Island face? Doesn't it? Isn't that beautiful?
You know, you could put that on some, use some black clay on the back and just have that sitting there like as a talisman, couldn't you?
You really could. Hey, if you got the extruder earlier on,
You could put some
give
hair
him
on
a
him and
do.
beard.
Couldn't you? You could do a Harry Styles, big fringe. You could do a Bieber. Loads of
Fantastic.
ideas. £12.95 on that. There's loads of you on there. Stay exactly where you are. We are going to be back after this very short break.
Get involved with Jewellery Maker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away.
You're right. Get in there, for God's sake. What are you talking to there? Your polymer clay?
Yeah. It was
Get in there.
It was. I have to say, it was ignoring me.
Was it? How hilarious.
I wonder why.
Welcome back to Designer Inspirations. Today you have got me, Becky, as your presenter, and we have got Talk to a Polymer Clay, Fiona. How are you doing, Fiona?
I'm fine. It's just that the clay wasn't doing what I wanted it to do.
Good. How hilarious is that? So funny. I love that. Let's have a look at this beautiful, beautiful strand of purple pearls. These are your 10 by 11 mil cultured pearls. And these have got that beautiful purple colouring to them. The pearlescence on this is quite interesting actually, because you'd expect it to be purple, but there's a lot of green and there's a lot of pinks going on in there as well. UYPO43 is the code for this truly luxurious strand. Now I've already talked to you about Coco Chanel. You've already bought the 4 of the strands I've brought to you today. You need to get your hands on this one as well. Now, pearls, like we've said, it has come massively into fashion this year, and we've seen purple pearls adorning the necklines of celebrities such as your Rihanna. Lady Gaga was photographed with coloured pearls relatively recently, and I think it's that thing for 2014 that pearls are now for any age, but so much so that these big celebrities, these big pop stars who perhaps, you know, are adored by, say, your teenagers, your 20-year-olds, the fact that they're wearing pearls, you've seen a lot more younger people wearing pearls nowadays, which is great, because that means if normally your stall, say, what is the average age of your customer? You know, if you've got a lot of 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, maybe you're trying or you want to bring yourself a slightly younger audience, the fact that you've got the opportunity to work with purple cultured pearls, it's something that they're going to really, really want to get involved with. It's something that they're going to like to have a go at, and it's something that they're going to enjoy wearing as well, because it is something that has been really popular at this time. This is a beautiful ring done by the lovely Fiona. Can you imagine this with a purple pearl in there? Isn't that nice? You could even do a layer actually, couldn't you? How long did this take you, Fiona?
10 minutes.
About 10 minutes. And you've got such a massive amount. How much would you sell this for?
That pearl ring, £7.50 to £10.
Yeah, easy peasy, but it's only taking
Because
you
it's
10
a
minutes.
because it's a real cultured pearl.
Yeah, of course. It's totally real cultured pearl. And even though it's only taking you 10 minutes, you absolutely can. Now, pearls are something that have been around, of course, for many, 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 many years. But as we say, 2014, really, when it comes to fashion, when it comes to pieces that you're seeing on the high street, it is kind of the year for the pearl, 2014. If you haven't managed to get your hands on them yet this year, where have you been? We have had so many pearls, and every single pearl strand we have had over the last few months has just been flying out. And I'm sure it's because you can see these trends hitting the high streets. You can see that now when you've got pearls on your stand, more people are actually coming over to you than perhaps they have in the past. Purple cultured potato pearls. Now remember what I was saying about the size earlier. As soon as we get over 10 mil, we're looking at a high price hike. Now, the ones that I brought to you earlier were a Baroque style, which means that they've got the texture on the outside. These ones are beautiful and smooth, which means that the price is going to be higher again. We are going to do a cheeky discount on this though for you. UYPO43 is the code. Your price today is £19.95. I'll tell you something completely honestly, it should not be that price. What was it going to be? 20, was it 25.95 it was going to be. You're getting it today for £19.95 for you, if you get it in your basket, of course, before 9 o'clock. If you don't, it'll be back up in price. Purple cultured potato pearls, 11 by 10, £19.95. got for you now a beautiful, beautiful strand. Just take a look at this before we get the name in and see what your first thought is. What are you first thinking when you look at this? I know what I'm thinking straight away. This isn't actually emerald, but doesn't it look like it? It truly does, doesn't it? These are your faceted rondelles of your green apatite, but it has got that beautiful emerald green colour to it. But it's apatite, so we are going to do you a stunning, stunning deal. 30 carats worth that we have here of the apatite. What do you think of apatite as a general, lovely Fiona?
It's lovely. I've got a lot of the neon apatite. I love that colour. It's almost like a chrome diopside green as well, isn't it?
It has got that feel to it, definitely.
Lovely.
Isn't it? It's really unusual actually to get this amount of colour in the green apatite, but it is such a deep richness, a real forestry green. The great thing with green is it's Mother Nature's base colour, isn't it? So no matter what you wanted to put with this, you absolutely could. Pinks, purples, reds, oranges, yellow, any colour you want to do this. We say it's Mother Nature's colour because, of course, when you think of a flower, on the majority of them, their stems will be green, and then they have this multicoloured different buds that you can get. Green might not be one of those colours that you think will go with everything, but it truly, truly does. STSY 24 is the code. 30 carats worth of this beautiful, let's be honest, emerald green apatite today. The price is phenomenal. £11.95 for gorgeous green apatite, which we hardly ever have on. We don't have it on that often. Neon apatite, sky blue apatite, we have quite a bit. Green apatite is a massive, massive rarity on this one. It truly is. Your neon apatite, because it's got that bright blue bursty colour. Your sky blue, again, bright eye-catching, but this green, it's almost muted. It's just got this gorgeous subtlety, and what I love about this strand is the fact that the shape and the faceting, of course it is the rondelle, but your eyes are instantly brought into the faceting, isn't it? As I'm spinning it, can you see? As I'm spinning it, can you see that? The light's catching, isn't it? And it draws your eye in. And then once your eye is drawn into this, you can see this gorgeous symmetry and body of colour, but this stunning clarity on top of that as well. Now in apatite, we're looking for a couple of things to give you quality. We're looking for strength of saturation. Let's face it, you've got that in abundance here, haven't you? You're looking for a symmetry in hue, which again, you've got. You haven't got on this strand one really dark green and then some that almost look clear. There's a perfect symmetry within this. You're looking for lack of internal inclusions, which we have got here. These are eye clear. Now when I say eye clear, that is a gemology term, which essentially means that if you were to have it at an arm's length, say on a ring or on a bracelet, you would be able to see no inclusions at all, and this is definitely that, totally eye clear, but also it's got that clarity to it as well. So that's what you're looking for. Those are kind of the four main tick boxes you want when you're looking for apatite. You've got all four of those things in here. But that price doesn't reflect the quality you're getting, if I'm honest. £11.95 for this. It's so stunning. Could you imagine these as a little bead? What about using these? How would you use them, Fiona?
I think I'd see if I could just colour block them. I know they are one colour.
Yeah.
But if you had some of the other gems of that kind, other rondelles, I would do some colour blocking. But also, if you did them in sort of like little groups of 5 and then put a little gold, if that's because I'm going to put them with gold, put a gold spacer bead in, then another 5, and sort of graduate them down, so you could have, you know, some of the special spacer beads that are in the matrix sets, they're slightly larger, so maybe have those either side the central piece, because I'm also doing a bracelet, by the way.
Oh, I love that. By the way, just drop that in there.
So I'd have the central bit, nice large spacer either side, then another 5 with a smaller space, so that the spaces are also graduating with the size of the gemstones.
I think that's a fabulous idea, because the graduation on here is quite distinctive.
It is.
From 3x2 to 5x3 mil on this. There's plenty of you waiting to get your hands on this. It's yours today at just £11.95. Get it whilst you can. And now I've got, look at this. This is, as we're talking about quality, that's what you've got here. The highest of high quality. This is your Trilliant Cut collection. Oh, Fiona, your jaw has just dropped.
Again.
What are you thinking with these when you're looking at them?
It's gem set or prong set rings, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely is. You have got a selection of 6 different gemstones in here. You've got your tanzanite, which is down here. This is the purplish variety, 5 mil. You've got your Swiss blue topaz up here. You've got your garnet down at the base there in the middle. You've also got your iolite at the top, just above the garnet. You've got amethyst down here in the base corner. And then above that, you've got your white topaz. Honestly, these are too exceptional. Let me think which one I want to pick out for you. Shall I pick out the tanzanite? Where have my tweezies gone? Tweezers, they've fallen in a box. Why are you down there, you silly bean? Let's have a look. Let me get this out for you. Could you imagine if I pinged this? I'm not going to ping this. I don't dare. Oh my goodness, it's so beautiful. Let's take a look at the cut on this, shall we? So this is the Trilliant Cut. So it's talking about the actual side. Let me move that, might be better on the white. It's talking about of course it's trilliant, it's the triangular shape, it's got 3 sides, but also as I turn it to the side, you've got the prong set there as well, so you can see how it comes to a point. That's great for your prong settings on these. Now, each one of these is such high quality. You will get with it your little booklet that just tells you, if you haven't had, these Gems of Distinction collections before, it's going to tell you some of the background on each of the gemstones in here as well. Now this, if you want to gem set, then you absolutely can. But even if you just want to have this as a talking piece on your stand, then you can. Even if you're, let's say, bit of a socialite and you like to have people over and you've got something, on your coffee table. I've got a good, coffee table book, I have to say, famous photographer La Chapelle, I don't want to name drop. Underneath is Heat magazine. Other magazines are available. But how about having this on, in a display on your actual coffee table, have people over, have people chatting. The price on this today, oh, it's going to be a stunner. Yeah. Here's your details on this 5 mil Trilliant Cut collection. You've got 0.45 carats of the tanzanite, 0.6 of the blue topaz, 0.5 of the garnet, 0.5 of the iolite, 0.4 of the amethyst, and 0.45. That is your should be price. It's nowhere near that. Honestly, we're getting close to half price on this. Real close. £24.95. Take a look. You're getting each one of these £12.95. So just over, what is it, £2.15 each for these. That is exceptional. And the thing is with this as well, the quality of these is just almost unimaginable. This is one of the lowest prices I have ever seen this at. HTC I70 is the code on this today. £12.95. It should have been way more than that. We're looking at almost half price, aren't we? 40-something% off you're getting today. It's just a truly exquisite selection to have. And even if you're not going to prong set these, even if you're just going to have them to look at and adore, imagine having these on your table. It's things like this that are going to make you stand out from the crowd. People are going to be walking past and at a lot of craft fairs, let's be honest, there's quite a few jewellery makers sometimes, and once someone's in the zone, if they're chatting, they might just walk past a table quite quickly if they're having a chat or they're going for some food. But when you've got unique, exquisite pieces like this on your stall, because they're so high shine, because they're so beautiful, because you can see the quality, that's going to make people stop in their tracks. As soon as they're looking at these, even if they're not for sale, they're then looking at other pieces on your stand. They might ask you a few questions about these. The dialect is then opened. You've got the dialogue open, so you can have a little look at all of the other pieces and chat through, and it's going to help you with your sale in the end of the day. £12.95, 5mm, trilliant cut. I cannot believe you are getting these for £2.15 each. You're getting all of these ones. Tanzanite, you've got tanzanite down here, Swiss blue topaz, you've got your garnet, your iolite, your white topaz and your amethyst. You will get on the back of the booklet a list, so don't worry if you can't remember all of that. On the back of this little booklet it does give you a list about these as well. And you've also got the Gem Collector's holographic logo on the back as well. That's just your way of knowing that this is seriously high quality. £12.95 for you on this today. I told you, didn't I, that I was going to have coming up a really super special, delectable chain. This is a double whammy. Do you know what I love about this chain? It's 2 chains in one, and what you can do with this chain is snip and make them separate, so you've got 2 meters worth of chain then. Take a look at this, because it's coming with a little something different. This is your doubled up chain. So if I show you what we've got here, you've got the 2 links. Can you see in each section there's 2 links, and these can be separated just into 2 totally full length chains. That's just the way that they're all sort of squidged together that you get this double effect. This again, we have been going crazy with chain recently. Every single chain bundle I've had on recently is sold out within minutes. It truly, truly has. This is such a gorgeous aluminium silver chain. These are huge chunky bits. 20 by 12mm this is for a meter's worth. But you're also going to be getting a gorgeous little silver padlock charm. How cute is this? It's almost fairy tale like. This is your silver plated pewter heart padlock, and it's 16 by 13, and you'll be able to see that the padlock design is on the front and on the back as well. We're doing a crazy, crazy loco loopy price today. £5.90. That is Coco Loco. But you're going to have to be quick. How many did you say I had left then? Did you say then? How many have I got left, did you say? I've only got 20 of these left, because even as soon as I got this chain out, people were on the phone then. A meter's worth. A meter's worth of this chain you're getting. And the cute little padlock as well. £5.90 for all of this. I've got some more chain as well actually for you now, but this is £9.25. This is 18 inches worth, which is approximately it's about 46 centimetres, isn't it? 18 inches, and that's what you've got of these chains. You've got I always think of these ones as, you know, the Egyptian letter, the Egyptian drawing for the letter R, that I shape. It's like that, isn't it? I always think that's gorgeous. And you've got of this 9 inches of each, so 18 in total. You've got the marquee shaped 925 chain with the gold plating. You're going to be getting of yours around 2, 4, 6, 8 links of this. It is 925, so you can bake this if you wanted to maybe work silver clay with it, or even your polymer. if you did want to bake this, you absolutely can. It's a gorgeous gold plating over the top of this. And then you've also got 9 inches of this one, which is your sterling silver twisted link chain. Sorry about that. These are 10 mil. If you're getting really close and hold it still, you should be able to see the texturing on there. And you see it's almost a twisted rope effect you have on this. It is quite tricky for you to pick up because it is quite delicate, but it's very clear to the eye. And these are 10 mil each one of these links. On mine, 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 I've got on my strand. 18 inches you'll be getting in total, so it's 9 of each. These are so high quality. Use them as a chain if you want, but you don't have to. You could snip them and use them as individual pieces. You could make cufflinks actually out of the 10 mil one, couldn't you? That's a perfect size. Maybe even create your own T-bar. Or if you've got some 1 mil in your stash, just add a bit of 1 mil wire to that. Especially if you've got the 925, you've made yourself a cufflink. You don't have to use it just as a chain. The price today for 18 inches, £25.90 for you today. Isn't that exceptional in price? Especially when you think about the market at the moment, and the price of silver in particular has skyrocketed, and especially for this high quality, because it is 925, which refers to the percentage of silver in this. 925 refers to the percentage, so we're talking about 92.5% silver, and that means it's 7.5% ore. Now, if we didn't have the ore, it wouldn't have the strength. It would bend out of shape. So you've got luxury, but it's also usable and useful and versatile. £25.90. Get your hands on them whilst you can. If you're sticking with something a little bit luxurious, how's about luxurious but an essential? And that's what I like. You have got just shy of 1,000 of these little spacer beads. Let's have a look. They go on and on and on and on. 280 of these. Whoever counted all of those should have a pay rise. Rose gold flash, 980. 980, that's not even the number. Rose gold flash plated copper bead. So the rose gold flash plated copper beads. So when we say flash, it means that it's just got a real like dipping of genuine rose gold over the top. AGA Z04 is the price, the code, sorry, on these. Now, these copper beads, the spacer beads, what type of things could we do with them? Because you might look and initially just think spacer, but what other goodies can we create with this lovely Fiona?
I mean, really, you could also make, you know, sort of just like a chain with them, couldn't you?
Could actually, yeah.
You could have a spacer bead either, no, they are the spacer beads, the crimp bead either side of them,
yeah.
Crimp them down, and then so that you're actually creating a space.
Love that, yeah, love that.
And then just put the odd gemstone in between.
It's going to make your designs go further, isn't it?
Yeah.
It makes your gemstones go further.
And actually make a feature of the spacers, and with just a pop from a gemstone.
Just a little pop.
Little pop.
Not many of them left though already. Your price today for a pop of plated copper, £6.95 for you on these. We don't do individual packs of your spacers very often. These are 2 mil. It's great for you to get your hands on today. I know that you adore seed beads out there, so this is going to be something that will just make your gemstones go further. At £6.95. AG AZ04 is the code, £6.95 is the price, useful is the name. Rose gold flash. How's about one of Martha's favourite gemstones now? Why is this your favourite, Martha? Chalcedony. Just love the blue. I just love the blue. She says, that's it. Now, this blue is so gorgeous. This blue is caused by a heat treatment that is put on chalcedony, which is quite unusual actually, because I always think with coloured gemstones like this with almost this eerie body of colour, You'd almost think that this was coating, but it's not. It is just a heat treatment which just intensifies the tone. 110 carats worth of this blue chalcedony with the elongated plain pairs. Now again, this is one of those strands, isn't it, that's just almost ready to wear. This is one of those kind of, you pick it, you get it home, you add a clasp, and you're sort of done really, aren't you? All the way to 32 by 16 mil on this. Now, chalcedony is known, myths and legends say it's a very relaxing, very calming, very tranquil gemstone. And I think the fact that this is in a very charming and tranquil blue colour, it even just highlights that even more, doesn't it? Show you against the neckline, just to show you what I mean. See, ready done piece of glamour here, realistically. All you have to do is rethread, and it's done. In fact, if you got those spacers that we had on a second ago, what about those in here? Layering up on that. It's just such an exceptional little treat for you. Now, don't forget, you don't have to use the whole strand. I'm just like that because I just like things that are big and shiny, and I'm a magpie. But you don't have to. You can go really subtle, just 1 or 2. Or even 3 pieces maybe. Because you've got the graduated size in here, it's going to be really easy to do whatever you wish with these. You can create a suite with these as well. I'd definitely create a suite actually. I've changed my mind from just a single necklace. I'm doing a suite now with these. I'm going to do a drop pendant. I'm then going to have a pair of earrings with the ones at the very ends. And then bracelet wise, I think what I'll do is I might cab wrap one.
Yeah, cab wrap one. So do a cuff, couldn't you?
Yeah.
And you could bring, if you had quite a wide cuff.
Yes.
And you bring the wire at the top and sort of cross it over to form like a little drop, and then let the drop sit in it so that it was still hanging free.
You start on that, I'll get the earrings done.
Okay.
This is a really genuinely gorgeous strand. It is your blue chalcedony. It's going to be a cracking deal today. £11.95 is producer Martha's favourite gemstone, so she's giving you a cracking deal on it today. Second to pearls, is it really? Second to pearls, okay. IBRU 30. I don't know why that made me think of a pirate. It just did. IBRU 30. I would make a cracking pirate. I haven't thrown a question at you yet today. Fiona, if you were a pirate, what would your pirate name be?
Oh, Pirate Pete.
Pirate Pete?
Yeah, Pirate Pete.
Not Fiona.
Fiona.
£11.95 to get your hands on this today. How about your final of the Chanel 5? Pick up my chalcedony again and put them together. I see. Okay. Let's have a little look. Cutesy. This is your green pearls that I've got coming up for you now. This is to finish off your Chanel 5 for today. The Chanel 5 strand pearls. This is my last of the pearls that I've got for you today. The others have been extremely popular, so if you want to get your hands in the final of the 5, this is your chance to do it right here, right now. It's got that beautiful green colouring to it, and I always think it's really interesting with green pearls. You'd expect the pearlescence to be green, wouldn't you? But it's not really, it's blue. It's bluey silver pearlescence, it's so special. These are 8 by 7 mil on these. Fiona, pearls, what do they make you think of? Pirate Pete, sorry.
Pete. Treasure, my heart is treasure.
What do they make you think of?
The sea, warm sun, lovely cool blue sea. Lying on a night, walking along a nice soft white powder sand beach. Palm trees in there, you know, just blowing a bit of breeze over you.
Oh, Fiona, when are we going, my love? When are we going? Actually, I love these for your mollusk design because it's got a similar colour to the backing, isn't it? So add these to your order if you did manage to get your hands on the designer inspiration kit, because they're going to go spectacularly. They are going to go fantastically with that because of the inner colour. Just change it to fantastically. So the inside body of the mollusk shell we made out of the polymer, wouldn't these go fab? 8x7 green cultured pearls. The price for these today, it's a stunner, you're gonna love it. £14.95. It's good, but it's not designer inspiration great. Let's make this super duper special for you. £12.95. Oh no, the graphics does not like it. When I say graphics, what I'm talking about is the bit that's written here at the side. That's what I mean when I refer to graphics. Third time's a charm. £11.95 for us today. You're only getting that deal until 9 o'clock. It's absolutely imperative that you add this to your order because this is the final one of the 5 for the Chanel. As before, I was talking about Chanel and we were saying that our lucky number's 5 and we've given you 5 strands of pearls today. So I hope you've managed to get your hands on every single one of them. £11.95. Now, cultured pearls are, well, essentially they're an ethically sourced pearl. That's the way we like to think of them. Around 99.5% of the pearls in the world and on the market nowadays is a cultured pearl. And this means that you don't have to go into coral reefs. You all right there, Fiona? Oh, what are you doing? Have you snipped yourself? A wire's pinged down your top, Fiona. I thought you cut yourself. I thought you cut yourself then.
No, no cuts.
They've got cultured pearls. It means that they are totally ethically sourced. You haven't had to go into the sea or into the ocean or coral reefs to dredge these out. They are just created in a way, essentially what happens is an irritant such as a grain of sand will enter a mollusk, and then what will happen is the mollusk, as a bit of a protection mechanism, to be honest, it will squirt out a substance that we call nacre, and that is what the body of this beautiful pearl is made up of. And what happens is, as that's forming, it forms over time and over time as a way of protecting itself. Now, this is the body, and that's what we have got made up here. And for every single mil of the pearl nacre, that has taken Mother Nature a year to create. So every single one of these pearls have taken about 8 years to create. Isn't that so amazing when we think of it like that? I've got some people buying 2 of these. Hello Leslie, hello Gaynor, Sandra in beautiful Cumbria. I'm a Cumbrian girl myself, Sandra. Gillian, what I will say is you 4 with it in your baskets. You know I don't like to name and shame. I would check out, ladies. You're all ladies from what I can see. Yes, you are. Do check out for me, ladies. It's better to be safe than to be sorry. Pearls have been extremely popular all year, in fact, not just today, all year. So do treat yourself to them now. Checking out, there's another one coming in for those as well. £11.95 for these. How do you feel about a really funky and unusual cut of your clear quartz? I've not seen anything like this before. Do you know what as I'm spinning it, it feels almost hypnotic. As the light catches these. Isn't that beautiful? If I show you one, you might be able to get the effect of it better. Essentially, it's like, well, these have all been hand carved. You've got this outer layer that it's almost cut into. Martha described it as a bit of a pumpkin-y shape earlier on. Yeah, and I do know what you mean. It has got that feel to it. 230 carats worth of your clear quartz today. These are really stunning and a gorgeous shape to work with because as the light's entering this gemstone, it's just really cascading from these gems in a really interesting and beautiful way. 10 mil on this, HVGP 07. That's your code on this beautiful strand today. It's only been seen once, I think, actually. So get your hands on it. Maybe you've already bought this strand and you fell in love so much you want another one. Maybe you've not seen it before and it's going to be your first chance to get it today. Get it for yourself for just £11.95 on this today. Beautiful clear quartz you have here, and the clarity on this is exceptional, totally eye clear. I said earlier, when we say eye clear, what we mean is it's a phrase used in the gem world, and it means that as you have it around an arm's length away from you, there are no visible inclusions. I have something that only I use, which I call rest on your eye clear, which means you can get this as close as you like, and I can't see any inclusions in there whatsoever. Clear quartz is a beautiful one. The way that clear quartz grows with its different axes, they meet in the middle of the growth process, which means you get this gorgeous light bouncing in the middle. £11.95 for you on this. Oh, how about a little bit of a treat for you? I haven't seen matrix boxing in ages. Where have you been all my life? And I most certainly haven't seen tanzanite in a long time. When I started working here in November, I remember saying, and you know, you do your research of course, I remember talking about tanzanite, and I would talk about it, the fact it was 1,000 times rarer than diamond, which actually has changed now. It's looking to be more like 2,000 times rarer, closer to anyway than 1,000 times. But I remember saying in my first few weeks of the show, you know, it's 1,000 times rarer than diamond, it's so rare, it's so rare. But in a show, I'd probably have about 4 different strands of it. It was very unusual. Nowadays, I'm lucky if I see tanzanite once a month. Matrix collection, 170 carats worth in all of these beautiful different shapes. You've got a multitude of different shapes in here. You've got some that are described as your puffy ovals, almost your marquees with the centre drill. You've also got in here these gorgeous faceted rondelles. Now, something interesting to do with beautiful tanzanite is blue tanzanite is the most popular colour of tanzanite, because of course you can get the purple tanzanite. In fact, that tanzanite I showed you in the box earlier had a bit of a purpley feel to it, didn't it? What happens is, with the tanzanite, as it's growing, there will be 2 different areas in which you can catch the light. So, when you're cutting the gemstone, the lapidrist, who is the gemstone cutter, has the choice. So say this is your gemstone as it grows. The longest axis in the gem world is known as a C-axis. And on the C-axis in tanzanite, you have a layer of purple and a layer of blue, and they layer up like this. Now the blue layer is so thin that it's really, really hard to find beautiful, pure blue body of tanzanite. So a lot of the time when you buy tanzanite from all over, realistically, you'll see a lot of purple through there. That's not necessarily a good thing, because the purple area is so much bigger that the gem cutter has the choice. Do you go for the quality, the luxurious blue, or do you try and get the carat weight in and just go for the purple? And here you've got that blue. So this truly is seriously quality over the actual weight. 170 carats worth of this beautiful blue tanzanite should be £21.95. I nearly said 31. I would have been chuffed with 31. Honestly, this is your little last Easter treat today. This is a stunner of a deal. It's yours for £10 off. The graphics, the bits here. If you're watching on the web, I'm probably pointing to nothing. When your price drops, sometimes it doesn't like it, and all you can do is take an extra £1 off. £10.95. I swear we were going to £11.95. I promise you. But you have to take another £1 off when that price crash thing happens. You have to. That's the only thing you can do with this. Isn't that mischievous? £10.95. Hey, tell you what, you better be checking out your boxes. You better be checking out on your deals today, because that ain't going to be sticking around for long. I can tell you that for nothing. And also, after 9 o'clock, you've got no chance of getting it for that price again. You've really not. That was totally accidental. So it's Challenged Fiona time. Fiona, are you ready?
But I will
No.
be.
Okay.
I nearly am.
These are all the goodies that we gave to lovely Fiona earlier on. You had in there your coral, your beautiful coral in these rondelle shapes. You've also got in there your jasper, and you had that beautiful mixed strand of the not chalcedony, what am I saying?
Carnelian.
Carnelian. Drops in there as well, didn't we?
They were stunners. But I'm really sorry.
I cannot believe that you have literally done this in 32 minutes.
Yeah, that's it.
Both of these pieces.
It could have been better.
No, that is beautiful. For the amount of time you've had as well. Talk us through how you've managed to create this.
I think I've got about 5 strands of beading thread.
Yeah.
And I wanted to use all of the stones, but I'm not very good. I used to always have to do, everything had to match, everything had to be even. But actually, you limit yourself to what you can create.
Yeah, I
really
do agree with that. Yeah.
So I started to try and do a little bit more. Our Linda was quite key in that, because she was always, just try this, just try this.
Give it a go.
So I did. And then I decided actually I really did like it, because it is different, and one of my favourite sayings is dare to be different. So I was different, so I thought, right, we'll be different. We'll just have them all over the place. I want to use all of the different stones. I did want to do some male jewellery, but I'm really sorry, I just ran out of time.
No, because I am absolutely blown away that you've managed to create this. So you used the 5 strands?
Yeah, and I started on this far side here on the left. And what happened, as I was threading the beading thread through, I'd put it through, because I wasn't really looking what I was doing, I was thinking of 100 things. And I put it through the wrong way around. And I thought, actually I quite like that loop, so let's do it again.
Let's do it again. I love that.
It followed all the way around, and I just kept doing it. And then sort of this one, I ended up with a short piece. So I thought, well, we'll have a few bits of coral on there. That would give us some movement. And then I thought, yeah, quite like that. So I have got a centre, because this little rondelle here is the centre.
Yeah, I like that, but it's still got that organic look.
Yeah.
Fiona, I have had a blast with you today.
Thank you.
When are you on with us next?
I'm on the 3rd of May.
So not long.
Not long.
Do you know what you're creating yet?
I've no idea, because I don't know what the medium is. I just know it's mixed media.
Ooh, a bit of mixed media. Thank you so much. I've had an absolute blast.
I have
now,
too.
I will be back with you on Wednesday. After this very short break, you are joined for the Late Show with lovely Ed, and he has got some gorgeous amethyst. I'll see you. Have a lovely Easter. See you soon.
Did you know that every individual gemstone in our Gems of Distinction collection goes through a 7-stage intricate process to get from the rough to a beautiful bead?